All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome. If you're new, thank you guys so much for being here with me. I noticed we have quite a few people here right off the bat. Over 260 people showing up before we even start. So first off, thank you guys for that. Hope everybody's day is going well. Woke up to some very interesting gaming news today. And as you can tell by the title of the stream, as well as the thumbnail, this stream is going to mainly focus on Microsoft and Xbox, but there is a good reason for that. Microsoft just experienced what could potentially be their biggest leak ever, certainly the biggest leak for Xbox in their history. And I would go as far to say, based off of some of the information that's coming out, it will probably be viewed as one of the biggest leaks ever in the gaming industry. And I imagine that Microsoft, their president, Brad Smith, even their CEO, Satya Nadella, certainly Phil Spencer, I imagine they are not feeling very good right now because a lot of the things that leaked out, which we're going to cover here, I mean, as you can see by the title, I mean, we have their entire plan from now until the year 2030, essentially. And some things have been revealed through some emails that Phil Spencer sent out in 2020. And yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah, it is worth noting that apparently the FTC has come out and denied that they were the reason for these documents leaking out onto the internet, which is very interesting because it makes you wonder who exactly did this, because whoever did this, causing some damage, certainly causing some damage. I'll be honest with you guys. I thought that the next time I would have like a stream dedicated to talking about Microsoft or Xbox would be the news that the Activision Blizzard deal went through, not something like this. So even as somebody who is not really waking up, wondering, oh, what's the Microsoft news today? Even I was kind of caught off guard and surprised by this. So we're going to talk all about that. But before we dive into these topics, I do want to let you guys know a couple of ways you can help support my channel and help support my content. We have here Zombie Dragon, who gifted a membership. So shout out to you, Zombie Dragon. Guys, let's give Zombie Dragon some W's in the chat.
Thank you.
And I got to give you a thank you for that. He's getting us started today. So yes, if you are a channel member, if you have a channel member badge next to your name, you have the ability to gift memberships. It's something that many community members here do. They continue to do, and we're continuing to grow the member community. You get access to some exclusive content. I will say that I've been tracking my last members exclusive video that released this past Saturday, and it's doing very well. I think it's actually one of my most watched members videos so far. You guys seem to have really enjoyed that. So yeah, if you are a member or if you get gifted a membership, go check out that exclusive content. And if you choose to do that, you're supporting me directly as well and the community. So thank you for that. If you don't want to do any membership stuff, you can donate a super chat like New Soul 9 is done here, which I'm going to read momentarily. So if you want to support me in that way, feel free to drop a super chat or a couple of super chats. I'm sure you guys are going to have some very interesting things to say over the course of this stream, and it also supports the channel directly. So one last time, big shout out to everybody who supports my content and supports my channel here. Other than that, just hit that like button, guys. I'll say that as well. We have now over 425 people here, which is incredible to see. Thank you, guys. Hit that like button. It helps the streams out. If you enjoy the streams and you want to communicate that message to me, hey, MBG, we do like these streams. Keep doing them. Hit that like button for me. So New Soul 9, thank you for the $10 super chat. You're saying, MBG, I actually made a prediction by 2035. Cloud is going to be the next innovation for gaming. It looks to be that I'm on track with that. Sony investing in cloud further proves that, and you're laughing a little bit. Yeah, it's a good prediction. I know a lot of people when the Activision Blizzard deal was rejected by the CMA due to cloud gaming, a lot of people kind of scoffed at that, saying there's really no good reason to do that. But the CMA was thinking long term and about how aggressive Microsoft is about to get in cloud. No doubt about that. And we have Exley 3000. A legend returns once again. Exley 3000 drops 5 membership gifts for this community. Exley, thank you so much once again, bud, for continuing to not only show up at the streams, but just continually gifting out memberships. You are one of the most consistent membership gifters, and I can't thank you enough for that, man. So thank you for the 5 memberships, guys. Let's get some W's in the chat for Exley. That brings us to 6 members on the day already. So big shout out to you guys for that. Always love to see the community continue to be generous and grow the memberships. It's awesome to see. So let me add that to the counter here. And New Soul 9, yeah, absolutely, man. It's obvious to me, and I think it should be obvious to everyone, that cloud is going to play a very relevant part of the gaming industry, more so as we go into the future. I mean, maybe not next year, maybe not even 3 years from now, maybe not even 5 to 7 years from now. But if you're talking about like a decade, I mean, we're looking at the year like 2034, 2035. You know, it's certainly possible, and actually maybe even likely, that by that time, who knows where we're going to be technologically speaking. There's no doubt. There's no doubt that that there's going to be a much bigger emphasis placed on cloud gaming. Actually says you're more than welcome, Johnny Boy. Thank you for that, man. Yeah, I saw your comment on the last video, and no, I saw you take a guess at my last name because I have some Italian in me, and no, I can confirm actually that that's not my last name, but pretty funny guess. Pretty funny guess. I mean, it had me laughing a little bit. But yeah, we have to go over this information because there is honestly a lot to unpack here, and we're going to be doing some unpacking. We're talking about the next generation Xbox, Microsoft's plan for the next generation Xbox. We're talking about one specific email from Phil Spencer that, in my opinion, and I think it's objective, but I understand that it's going to cause controversy and back and forth with people. So I'll just say, in my opinion, this leaked email from Phil Spencer, there are a couple things he said that very clearly illustrate Microsoft's true intent, which is something we will be heavily focused on over the course of the stream. In an effort to, look, this is not being done for any reason other than I just want people to understand what is happening and why it's happening. And of course, we can get into those conversations about like what's right, what's wrong, the morality of it, you know, which side do we stand on? We'll get into that conversation, but my true goal today is to go over this information and just paint a clear picture for people so that way they walk away understanding what is going on with Microsoft, what their true intention is in the video game industry, and how things would be if they got their way. And it's not just Microsoft we're going to be talking about, of course, over the course of this conversation. We're going to be talking a little bit about PlayStation, about Sony, and how this leak potentially impacts them or may not impact them. So yeah, Devil Shooter, thank you, man, for remaining a member. You're saying, I heard the news from a friend. This stream is going to be crazy. We'll see if it gets crazy or not. To me, the crazy part is actually not going to come from me. Maybe it will. I don't know. I can't predict the future. But the crazy part is going to come from just the sheer amount of information that we are learning. I mean, if we got the equivalent, I kind of wish we got the Sony equivalent of this. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I kind of wish that this entire leak was, here's Sony's plans up until 2030, because, I mean, it would be certainly more relevant to me and to the channel. But, we'll take what we can get here. I think it's safe to say that some of the things we're hearing about Microsoft with these leaks and some of the things that they're focusing on, I think it might be safe to say that Sony is maybe focused on some of that stuff as well. But yeah, some of the stuff we're going to be talking about is crazy. And Josh, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, if you're a console warrior, you're eating this gen. Yeah, dude, that's absolutely true. the back and forth, this boxing match, if you will, between Microsoft and Sony and Jim Ryan and Phil Spencer. I mean, and just the fan bases. It's been quite the show, right? It's been quite an interesting turn of events, and with a leak of this size, it just gets more interesting, doesn't it? So I agree with you, Josh. We have Omen86 saying Microsoft disgusts me. The Disney of gaming. Omen making his feelings known right off the bat here. Yeah, there is something. There is one thing in particular. I don't know. Disgust. That's one way of putting it. Certainly. All right. So I very much want to give my thoughts here, but I want to make sure I get the information out. Okay. I want to make sure I get the information because that's the important thing. If people don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just going to seem like a crazy person here talking about things that could be made up, right? So before we do that, though, Hellbound 1981, another legend. Hellbound coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts on this community. Thank you so much, man. Between you, Exley, everyone else, Zombie Dragon, you guys gifting, thank you. That brings us up to 11 memberships on the day. Guys, we need some W's in the chat right now for Hellbound. These guys are keeping this membership train going, not just for this stream, but stream after stream after stream. They keep that membership train going strong. Brandon, you're saying, how do I gift memberships? At the bottom of your chat, there should be a $ sign. And if you click that, it should give you the ability, because I see you are a member, it should give you the ability to gift memberships. If you're on iOS, some people are saying you can do it on iOS. Some people still are reporting that they can't yet. If you are on iOS, go to the Safari browser and use the desktop version of YouTube, and it should allow you to do it. So I still get that question quite a bit. How do you gift? And hopefully that helps. So yeah, Hellbound, thank you. And we got Danny Mims. Danny, I do believe this is the first time I've seen you gifting a membership. So I assume you're paying it forward here, Danny. Guys, we need more W's in the chat before we move on here, because Danny says he wants to pay it forward and gift out a membership as well. That brings us up to 12 members on the day. Thank you guys for continuing to keep this thing going. And New Soul 9, you're saying here with the $5 super chat, by the way, MBG, did you hear it officially confirmed Crash and Spyro will be leaving PlayStation purchasing wise unless PlayStation allows Game Pass? Actually, no, I didn't hear about that. That's the thing. There's so much information coming out that there are things I've missed. Even I am still trying to process everything, because you're talking about, again, you're talking about documents that are letting us know Microsoft's plan up until 2030. So that's a lot of information. And if that's true, I'm not surprised. I'm not. And you guys are going to realize as I go through this information, nothing we go over today is even remotely surprising to me. And I get that, there's high energy. A lot of people are like, man, it's going to be crazy. The information is crazy, but I'm probably not going to be getting crazy, because this to me is, I don't want to say I've already known this, but I've already suspected this heavily. We've talked about this extensively, about what Microsoft's true intention is, what it is they're trying to achieve in the industry. And for some reason, for months and months and months, for pretty much a year straight, Microsoft has went on an aggressive PR campaign to tell the public something different. Say, no, it's not what it seems. Trust us. This is going to be good. And it, I kind of just got to a point where it's like, you know what, I'm just going to bow out. People are okay with this. I think it's kind of crazy that people are so okay with this. But, I'm just one YouTuber here. I can only do so much. And so that's why I'm saying you're going to notice that nothing we cover today is going to be surprising to me. I am not even a little bit surprised to hear that Crash and Spyro will be leaving PlayStation and become exclusive to Microsoft. Of course it will. Of course it will. So, all right, there's so many different things here. Where do we even begin? Let me see. Okay, so, oh geez. So there are pictures here. Okay. I want to see if I can get some of these pictures up. I want to find. So we're going to start here with. I want to start with what Microsoft is doing with the Xbox consoles. Okay. So I have an article here from The Verge. Xbox leak. New Xbox Series X design, next generation in 2028, and more. They say one of the biggest Xbox leaks in history has occurred thanks to the FTC versus Microsoft case. Unredacted documents have revealed key Microsoft communications between Xbox executives. I almost said exclusives because they're communicating now. Plans for a new diskless Xbox Series X, a gyro controller, and even a next-gen hybrid Xbox in 2028. It's the biggest leak in Xbox history simply because unredacted emails like this do not usually appear in the public domain. Follow along for all of the latest developments. So, starting with let's start here with the new Xbox Series X. This is huge if what we're reading about it is true, because this new Xbox Series X refresh, based off of the leaked documents, Microsoft is going to be the first to go digital only. As in, you will not be able to purchase game discs or use game discs leading into the next generation. So, I'm losing track of this stuff here. Vanino, you're saying, MBG, did you see Xbox games pipeline? Can Sony compete? I did see some of it. I hope that we can get to that. I'm trying my best to keep this organized because there's so much. I'm sure we will get to that because that's a big part of this leak. But focusing on this Xbox Series X refresh, its code name is Brooklyn. Okay? Microsoft is planning to refresh its Xbox Series X console in 2024 with an all-new design and features, codenamed Brooklyn. The unannounced console refresh has been accidentally revealed. The new Xbox Series X design looks a lot more cylindrical than the existing console and will ship without a disk drive. Internal confidential Microsoft documents reveal it has 2 terabytes of storage, so that's up from 1 terabyte, a USB-C front port with power delivery, and an all-new immersive controller. So I'm actually going to bring these images up if you give me just a moment so you guys can see what these look like. Okay? Give me 1 second. There's just too much interesting stuff here that I have to be sure to show you guys this. We'll start with the console first. Let me. So I'm just gonna cover myself up here for a second. So it says Brooklyn, and look at this. The most powerful Xbox ever, now adorably all digital. Oh man, what a way to describe this console. It's adorably all digital. Okay. Brooklyn will deliver 4K Gen 9 console gaming with more internal storage, faster Wi-Fi, reduced power, a more immersive controller, and a beautiful redesign that elevates the all-digital experience of the Xbox ecosystem. Updated technologies, all new Southbridge. Am I reading that right? It's hard to. The text is kind of messed up. I think it says Southbridge to modernize I/O and sustainability efforts. Wi-Fi 6E radio for better throughput, latency, and interface mitigation. BT 5.2 radio for improved accessory experience. 6nm die shrink for improved efficiency. Giving our fans more to love. Beautiful and innovative new design. More internal storage for games. 2 terabytes. USB-C front port with power delivery. All new, more immersive controller. And we're going to go over that controller. Same great price, $499. So, very interesting here. Microsoft is going to be selling this console at the same price, $499, even though it's going to be digital only. Now, maybe they're justifying that because it'll have 2 terabytes of storage. And then finally, it says improved sustainability story Reduced PSU power by 15%. New low power standby mode is 20% of the current Xbox Series S standby mode, or X and S. Increased use of PCR on housing to 30% to 100% recyclable packaging. So, or less than there. So yeah, a lot of very interesting information. Here's the thing about the Series X refresh. Phil Spencer was not kidding when he said that they are not doing a pro console. For everything that we're reading here, you may have noticed that there are no upgrades to the power. So whatever is inside of the Series X when it comes to the GPU, the CPU, everything else, memory, the way it all works together, it's going to be the same, essentially. And Omen86 are saying Microsoft just wants to dominate the news cycle by dropping all this information. Parasites. I used to love Xbox. They lost me. Vomit. Damn, dude. Omen86 is out here struggling to even watch this right now. He's trying to hold back throwing up. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. And then we have Cobb Sanity. He says that console looks like a big version of a portable JBL speaker. It does. Holy crap, you're right. I didn't even realize that, especially with the vents up top. It does look like a speaker. It's an interesting design because it's like, can you call it an Xbox though? You know, has anybody thought of this? Can you call this thing an Xbox? Call it the X-Can. That's what you're going to have to call it, the X-Can. Oh, man. There you go. You heard it here first. Why can't I talk? I'm like having a stroke. You heard it here first, guys. The name of this console is going to be the X-Can Series X. Okay? That's what we're naming it. We have Prawn Pizza saying, no disk drive really scares me. I'm hoping Sony doesn't follow Microsoft in eliminating physical gaming. I have too many physical games. We're going to talk about that. And is it Zion or Ian? You're saying their refresh system reminds me of Apple's Mac Pro 2013 cylinder. The X can't. Wow, you guys are brutal. So check this out. Yeah, now that it says it's all digital, I'm going to shrink this now. This is all digital, okay? And as you can see, they don't say anything about an attachable or detachable disk drive. Now, when you consider how most people on Xbox are digital already, you consider Gamepass is as digital as it gets. You don't own anything. You're renting games. I'm thinking that this is it. That this is where Microsoft makes it clear they're ditching physical games media. And, you know, to kind of think about PlayStation, there has been this leak. It's leaked multiple times now. The new PlayStation 5 model refresh, and how there's going to be apparently a detachable disk drive that you can buy separately. And you can just attach it to it and use your discs. Very interesting, man. You do have to wonder how Microsoft going all digital may influence Sony. I think it would be incredibly unwise of Sony to go all digital like this. It would be a disaster. I don't know how people are going to react to this, assuming, again, that there's no attachable disk drive you can buy. When Microsoft announces this, I don't know how people are going to react. But I do know, I can speak for Sony or PlayStation fans when I say that if Sony decides, I don't think they're going to, but if they were to make that decision, like, yeah, we're going to go all digital too, PlayStation fans would not be okay with that. Definitely not okay with that. So really interesting stuff here. DeRock, dude, shout out to you, DeRock. He drops 2 membership gifts on us. DeRock brings us up. I don't know what's going on here. There's something going on with the membership counter. It's saying that we're at 13. Is it actually counting your membership gifts now automatically? But either way, DeRock, thank you for that, man. Let's get some W's in the chat for DeRock for keeping the membership train going. We're actually at 13 members on the day. Appreciate that. By the way, guys, we have over 840 people here, which is really awesome to see. Thank you guys for tuning in. Please hit that like button for me to show some support for the stream. We're already almost at 200 likes, which is great to see. And DeRock gifts another membership. That brings us up to 14. Dude, thank you, man. Thank you for that. Got a couple chats here. I see Pradinsky. You're saying Jim Ryan somewhere reading the leaks and laughing while enjoying a pina colada. I will say, man, Sony is definitely enjoying this. They are, because anybody who's been following this ongoing saga with Microsoft and Sony, you know that Jim Ryan, as well as the PlayStation brand, you know, they've had to spend their time kind of being dragged in the mud. And absolutely, they are waking up to this thinking, well, we're not complaining. We have no problem with this. And there we go. It just updated now. So we're at 15 members. I don't know why that was so delayed. 15 members on the day. Yeah, I imagine Jim Ryan is, like you said, maybe enjoying a pina colada, maybe smoking a cigar right now, thinking, saw that coming, you know? I don't know. It's hard to say. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just totally business. Like, oh, shame. And then he's just like back to work. Who knows? Who knows, man? I will say this at the very least. They are paying close attention. Sony, and that's why we have to bring Sony up in this conversation. All of the stuff that's leaking out, this was not supposed to be public at all. At all. And this is obviously very detrimental to Microsoft, because now Sony and anybody else, but especially Sony, like, they have access to all of this information now too, and they can do many things now. Jim Ryan in the chat says, read my milestone chat. Oh, thank you, Jim Ryan. That's what Jim Ryan's doing. Jim Ryan's tuning into MBG stream. Who would have thought? I'll get to it in just a second, Jim. Exley 3000. Dude, Exley, thank you, bud. Exley drops another 5 memberships on us, guys. That brings us to 20 members on the day. You guys are starting to go crazy with the memberships already. Love to see it. W's in the chat for Exley. I got to give you a soundbite here.
Thank you.
Got to thank you for that, Exley. Love to see it, man. Thank you for the continued support. And then we have Joseph X1. He says, let's be honest. Microsoft will acquire more publishers after Activision Blizzard. I don't think Microsoft will acquire Nintendo, but it could acquire Capcom and Square Enix. Yeah, absolutely. When Microsoft is able to push this through, that sends a signal to them and everybody else in the industry that, yeah, you can make moves like this and it'll happen. And Microsoft will not stop until they are forced to stop. It's as simple as that. And that is why we have to hope that these regulatory bodies, that they will, do the right thing when the time calls for it. Somebody I think is probably sitting there thinking that, it's not wrong it's fine. It's totally fine for Microsoft to have Activision Blizzard. And I guess that's probably going to happen. Nothing we can do about that. But after that, I don't know, man. I think I feel like you'd have to be crazy to disagree with this, where I'm going to say that after I'm trying to figure out where to put this. After the Activision Blizzard deal closes, assuming it does, I have to imagine that everybody could universally agree that, yeah, this should be the cutoff. Right? Like, Microsoft shouldn't be allowed to just go buy another publisher. That'd be crazy. That'd be absolutely crazy. As a platform holder, that would be insane. So I like to think that everybody can universally agree on that, but I'm sure there's some people that don't. But we got a new controller here, guys. A new Xbox controller. It actually sounds pretty cool. Brad Beck, you're saying, I told you, MBG, they're doing it. It's the Triple X tube with built-in banana cleaner. Oh, man. Brad Beck. Yeah, you let us know. You told us, man. You called it. I appreciate that super chat, bud. And we also have Omen86 once again saying, don't worry, PlayStation and Nintendo will continue to dominate. Nintendo makes more profit than Xbox and will never sell. Xbox overestimates their power. Okay, Omen. Okay, just hang tight. Hang tight. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. We're going to talk all about what's going on with what Phil Spencer is saying about Nintendo and Valve. And yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Panthorius, you're saying this is the beginning of the end of physical media. I hope not, man. I hope not. Because look, there are a lot of people who have converted to digital only, and I don't have a problem with that. Because it's an option, and a lot of people do like that. A lot of people are like, look, I'd rather buy my games digitally. It's more convenient. I have no problem with that. The only thing that concerns me is that the more that people do that, because I've bought games digitally myself as well. It's not like I've never done that. It's just I've always tried to encourage people just on some occasions, every now and again, buy some physical copies of games. Just every now and again, because you need to send that message to these publishers that these platform holders. Yeah, even the people who go mostly like 80 to 90% digital, we still do buy some games physically, and that will at the very least ensure that option won't be scrubbed and removed, because that's what we want. We need the option. We want the option. The day that option is removed is a problem, I think. And I think most people would agree with that. And Brad Beck, dude, thank you, man. Brad Beck is keeping this membership train going. We have a lot of viewers here today, almost 900 people, which is awesome to see. So a great time to be giving out some membership gifts to people. Brad, let's get some W's in the chat for Brad Beck, man. Thank you for that. That brings us to 26 members on the day. I'm going to read the rest of these chats here, and then we're going to go over this new Xbox controller, because there's some very interesting stuff they're doing with this controller. Unicorn Gamer, you're saying, MBG, personally, I don't care about physical versus digital debates. Most of my games collection is digital copies already. I'm more of a casual gamer. And I get that. I get that. People who have embraced all digital, they're just like, look, it's fine. But that's why I do want to say, even if you are somebody who's okay having a full digital library, you do want to still care about the physical option being there, because when you see that completely removed, you are giving full control and full power to the platform holder. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing, because if you do that, they get to charge whatever price they want. They don't have to do sales. When they know that the only way you get their games is through a full price digital purchase, that's the only way you're ever going to get it. And that's why having that physical option there, it always kind of creates, and to be fair, there are many digital sales, of course, but those digital sales, make no mistake, exist because of physical media, because they know you can just go on Amazon, or you can go to the store, or you can go on eBay, and you can get these games sometimes dirt cheap. So that's their way of trying to ensure that, hey, we still want you to buy digital. We'll do some digital sales. So that's all it is. I don't have any problem with digital gaming and people who want to buy digital, but we have to try our best to continue to support physical media for the sake of everybody. For the sake of all of us, truthfully. It's not just about what you prefer. It's about a balance and keeping that balance. So, yeah, again, my recommendation always to everybody is, if you buy 99% of your games digitally just once a year, make sure you buy that one or two games physically, to send that message to the publisher or the platform holders that, yeah, we still do it. Pony Up, you're saying at least Sony cuts $100 as incentive for digital. Yeah, that to me is very strange about this leaked Xbox Series X refresh console, is the fact that they are still keeping it at $500, especially knowing that Sony, with the digital model, is, they're going to be selling the PS5 for $400. I mean, I don't know who would choose a Series X, like a digital Series X, over a digital PS5, when you can save $100 and gain access to games that are just exclusive to that console. I don't know who would do that. So it's a very strange strategy on Microsoft's part. It is worth noting that this is a leaked document. Like, there could be more to it than what they're presenting here, or things could change. So that's worth mentioning as well. FireX, you're saying Microsoft will not get any Japanese publisher. I hope not, because that to me is taking things too far. I do. I think Japanese publishers should just be left alone. I think at this point, most publishers should be left alone. I don't know that there's any publisher out there right now that needs to be acquired. I don't think so. It's kind of ideal that all the publishers that are independent right now remain independent. And people always say, oh, you would be cheering this on if it was Sony. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Straight up. I've taken time to view it from the point of Sony, where if you're Sony, maybe you do feel pressured. Maybe you do feel like we have to buy a publisher. It's inevitable, right? Maybe that is a thing. But from a consumer standpoint, I'm not of the mindset that Sony needs to buy a publisher. And I would actually be pretty concerned if they did, because I would be questioning, like, okay, what's the strategy here? What's going on? What does this mean for the future of PlayStation Studios? So, I mean, maybe if you think about something like Square Enix or something, yeah, maybe that makes enough sense where it's like, yeah, you can kind of see that. And I don't think people would be too mad about that, but I don't know, man. I just think it's best that these publishers remain independent. I do. And Rock, you're saying here they keep the 500 price because they upped the memory to 2 terabytes, but still, I don't know. Hope all is well, MBG. Yeah, that is true. I did mention that earlier, and that could be why. I don't know though. Does that sound worth it to you? It is nice to have that extra storage, because it is true that if you buy a $400 digital PS5, you're going to get 825 gigabytes. So 2 terabytes is more than double that. So yeah, I guess it does kind of make sense, but I don't know. Even then, if you buy the digital only PS5, you still have the option where if you want to upgrade your storage, you can choose which SSD you want to buy, and you can do it at any time. So even then, there's still more, there's still more flexibility. So breaking: Herman Holst visited CD Projekt Red. Where are you hearing this? Where is this coming from? For future reference, guys, if you ever want to give me some breaking news in the chat, try to let me know where you're hearing that. That would help me out a lot. That would be very interesting if true, though. I mean, the implications of that would be huge, certainly, if it's true. I ask for the source, and then he just repeats the same thing. It's all good, man. Yeah, I don't think that's something that Herman Holst would announce, man. Because everybody would just assume, oh, they're going to get acquired, and it would likely ruin the acquisition. So yeah, I'm going to call BS on that. All right, so let's check this out now. I'm going to increase the size of this image of the new controller. This is the new Xbox controller. Sebel. The new Xbox controller, the world's best controller. Now playing on a screen near you. Ubiquity. Play anywhere. Xbox Wireless 2, Direct to Cloud, Bluetooth 5.2, seamless pair and switch, new mobile app features, see paired devices in cloud, manage devices and accessories, immersion, feel the game, precision haptic feedback, VCA haptics double as speakers, accelerometer, quieter buttons and thumbsticks, sustainability, do good, feel good, rechargeable and swappable battery. Good stuff there, Microsoft. Good stuff. Finally, the fact that it's a rechargeable and you can swap it out, that is pretty huge. Recycled materials and less resin, repair and disassembly, durable and reliable, new modular thumbsticks. That's interesting. Modular thumbsticks. Improved longevity. Is this like a new version of the Elite, or is this the new standard? New modular thumbsticks. That's kind of throwing me off a little bit here. It says continued build improvements, approachability, engage and delight, lift to wake. Good stuff. I like that. Familiar Xbox feel. Same ergonomics as Merlin, same layout and activation forces, and SC, LE, XDL options as expected. So this is the new Xbox controller. My assumption, yeah, I'm thinking this is the new standard controller, and especially because they're referencing Merlin here. It sounds really, really good, straight up. Like, I won't lie, these are some great improvements to an already good controller. I've always liked the Xbox controller. To me, the DualSense is my favorite controller, but I've always loved the Xbox controller. It just feels great in the hand. I think Xbox has always done a good job there, and so it seems like they took a couple pages out of I'm assuming Sony's book, because there was I don't know if you guys remember this, but shortly after the current gen consoles launched, there was a survey that Microsoft put out where they were basically asking players for their feedback. Do you want things like haptic feedback? You know, they were highlighting stuff that the DualSense controller had and asking their players if they wanted that. And clearly they got the feedback, precision haptic feedback. Sony obviously wasn't the first one to do it with the DualSense, but I would say that they took things to the next level with the DualSense. But in general, this sounds like a huge upgrade to the current Xbox controller. And if I was an Xbox player, like if that was my main platform, I'd be pretty stoked about this. I'm assuming this controller is going to ship with the new version of the Xbox Series X and presumably their next gen Xbox. And if that's true, then I think this is going to be, I'm a little confused by the way it looks though, but I'm assuming that this is going to be the something that gets Xbox fans more excited about this updated Xbox console. And I'm just now realizing, like, is this how the controller's actually going to look though? Looks kind of weird, doesn't it? With the where it's cut off. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff there. What do you guys think? What do you think of this new Xbox controller? I think it's pretty good. It makes me wonder if Sony's going to update their controllers at all. MBG, it's the DualSense, but without the wording. Listen, man, I know you're gonna see Xbox fans hyping up this controller, which I think they should. But I do want to say that there were people, I don't have their names, but I did encounter them. There were some Xbox fans basically saying that they think what Sony was doing with the DualSense is just a gimmick, right? Like the haptic feedback and whatnot and the triggers. And I'm just curious to know if they're going to feel the same way about this updated Xbox controller, or if suddenly now it's actually going to be good. Because I've always thought that what Sony did with the DualSense was awesome. I thought that it was them trying to actually genuinely innovate with their controller, which I appreciated. And I get it. Like, to some people, they don't like the haptic feedback and they don't like the, what's going on with the triggers. And I get that. That's fine. But, SD, you're saying, MBG, will you talk about Jin Ryan? Who's Jin Ryan? Jim Ryan interviews that leaked as well. He talked about acquisitions and what to expect about acquisitions. Did I see that? No, I'm actually I'm completely unaware of what you're talking about. Did that just come out? Is there some kind of leak with Jim Ryan now? Because if there is, I'll definitely cover it. Yeah. But I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. Jim Kazawa wins. All right, I got a couple more super chats, and then we'll move on to the next Xbox leak. The next gen Xbox coming in 2028. Crazy stuff, man. We have Perfect Image. Perfect Image says when it comes to digital, they can delete they can delete games or even charge more, like Sony and Xbox is doing. Physical CD I get to keep, so I don't know, but digital scares me. And you're saying I think you meant to say concerns you. Yeah, that's the thing, man. We have to keep in mind what you're saying here. I mean, listen, when you buy a game digitally, you don't actually fully own it technically. I mean, the chances of you losing ownership of that game is very slim. But in the future, if you have a library of games that are attached to the PlayStation Store or network or the Microsoft network, I mean, again, it sounds extremely unrealistic because it is. But if in the distant future, if anything were to ever happen that like these services or these platforms just go away, so do all of your games. I think that's a bit much. Like, I'm not worried about that because it's like, what's going on in the world that the PlayStation Network shut down? What's going on in the world that Microsoft's gaming network shut down? I think there would be some serious problems going on in the world if that happened abruptly. But yeah, that is like a technical truth. Yes, absolutely. I don't know that you should be scared. The scariest thing about an all digital future is, like I said, the scariest thing is that if there's an all digital future and no physical games, you have given 100% control to the publishers and to the platform holders. They can do whatever they want now. And they'll probably all just shake hands and say, you know what we should do? We should just never do sales. That's what we should do. And everybody will shake hands and say, let's just extract as much money as we can. No more sales. They could do that, but you have to hope that if that day does come where there's an all digital future, you have to hope that there will still be some semblance of competition where there's going to be publishers and platform holders that are like, we still want to do, you know, we still want to do sales because even if our competitor's not, we want to do it. That's the hope, I guess. But really quick, Hellbound 1981 coming in again and dropping another 5 memberships, bringing us up to 31 members on the day. Huge shout out to you, Hellbound. Guys, let's give him some W's in the chat.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Very much appreciated, dude. Thank you for keeping the membership train going. Let me update this, and we'll move on to the next big Microsoft leak here, which is, again, their next-gen console. But Omen86 says, he's saying this to Exley, didn't start Red Matter 2 yet, soon. Yeah, Exley has been recommending Red Matter 2 to me a lot. I haven't gotten around to it either. At this point, I'm about to be overwhelmed with, not overwhelmed, but I'm going to be spending time with Mortal Kombat 1, and I did make the decision. I meant to actually tell Exley this, tell everybody this. I did make the decision because I thought about it. I'm going to also buy Lies of P. I don't know how I'm going to balance these two games out or how I'm going to play them back to back. I don't know if I'm going to be able to, but I am going to do what I think is the right thing. I think Lies of P looks like a very high quality game, looks great, and I did play the demo and I really, really enjoyed it. So I want to support the developer. I want to put my money where my mouth is. I want to buy their game full price day one and ensure that they get that, that day one, day two sale because I know how important that is. So, yeah, that's what I want to do. Let me see here. Hickzock, you're saying you can get hacked or banned when they suddenly change policy and you do not fit in. The disc you keep and play the 1.0 version if you want, and it's cheaper. Absolutely true, Hickzock. I forgot to mention that as well. If at any time, keep in mind, like these platform holders, Sony, Microsoft, Valve, all of them, they make the rules. And if one day they decide, like, for whatever reason, your account is violating their terms of service, if they have the right to be able to just delete your account and delete all your games. And again, that rarely ever happens. It's not something that happens, but it is another technical truth. It is another technical truth. And Exley says, nice MBG, you made the right choice. You support a new company who made a great game. And physical media, salute. Yeah, absolutely, man. I really thought, you really kind of got in my head when you said that because I was like, damn, yeah, I do want to send the right message. I do. And to me, it's important to do that. And we have Michael Meridian. I can never tell if I'm saying your name correctly, but Michael, dude, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. That's very generous of you. You're saying, saw a video by some ordinary gamer about this topic. Wouldn't mind hearing your opinion on this. I'm assuming you're talking about the topic of the Microsoft leak, which we are making our way through. I haven't given much of my opinion yet. I mean, maybe a little bit here and there, but we're making our way through the leak. And as I go further, you're definitely going to hear my thoughts on some of this stuff. Already my thoughts on the digital model, the digital only model of the Series X is very problematic to me if there's no disk drive that can be purchased separately. I think, I'll be real with you guys, this is where I kind of begin to despise Microsoft and what they are doing in the gaming industry. I don't want to be dramatic about it, but I am somebody who has always, as you know, been relatively passionate about physical game media and ensuring that that remains an option and doesn't just get tossed away or erased. And I don't want to jump to conclusions, but right now, knowing that they're going to sell the Series X at $500, it's going to be digital only. They already have a digital only Series S. If Microsoft makes that step, it'll pretty much ensure that I'm just not going to be playing on their platform. I'll rarely ever engage with their platform because they're just going to be putting it right out there, right in front of your face. Like, yeah, we're not supporting physical media anymore. And it's what's crazy about this is what people lost their minds about. They lost their minds about this exact thing in 2013. Now, I know 2013 was a long time ago. It was a decade ago. But I just have to wonder, like, where are all these people that... Because the concept, what it is, did not change in that 10 years. It did not change. What Microsoft was trying to do in 2013 with the Xbox One and DRM, that everybody lost their minds about, if this refreshed Xbox Series X does not offer any option for physical media, because apparently it was confirmed in this leak that they're planning on phasing out the disc model. I forgot to mention that. It's actually incredibly important to the point that I'm trying to make here. Apparently they're trying to phase out, or they're going to phase out the disc-based model of the Series X. And to me that's not good, man. That's not good. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see that. I hope, my only hope is that when Microsoft makes that announcement, again, assuming there is no disk drive that you can buy separately, if Microsoft does that, I hope there's enough pushback that they're like, you know what, maybe we don't phase out the disc-based Series X. That's my hope. You're saying the Jim Ryan interview was posted by IDAS on Reset Era. Where do I send you the pictures? Lots of questions. Bungie, Activision Mobile. This is very interesting to me if this is true. I have to assume if this is legitimate, other people would be covering it, right? It would be circulating because we don't get a lot of interviews at all with Jim. We haven't heard from Jim Ryan in a long time. So I don't know, maybe if it would be posted on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit potentially. You're saying Reset Era? I don't go to Reset Era, but I'll keep an eye out. Okay, really quick. Here's something I came across. Gamepass essentially had no subscriber growth from early 2022 through to October 2022, according to Phil Spencer. From the unredacted documents, this is the investigation hearing that took place remotely between the FTC and Microsoft in October 2022, and this is what it says. Question from the FTC. Let's talk about Game Pass. How many subscribers does Game Pass have now? Phil Spencer says highly confidential, but the assumption is that at around this time, it was sitting at around 25 million. That's the last number that was provided by Microsoft in January of 2022. Question by the FTC, and that's the same number that I think was announced when the Activision deal was announced. It has not grown in the last, 8 or 9 months. Phil Spencer says it has not. Well, there you go. I mean, geez. Not surprising. You say you'll tag me on Twitter? All right, I'll see if I can get to that. That's not surprising at all. Not even a little bit. 2022 is basically a barren year for Microsoft. So the idea that they didn't release any games and they in turn experienced no growth on Game Pass, not surprised. Not surprised at all. I've said to people before that in the same way that Microsoft or Sony or Nintendo would have to produce games to sell their consoles, it's no different for a subscription service. Yes, a subscription service may be much cheaper, but it turns out you still have to produce games in order to high quality games to sell your service. It's no different than if you want to sell a console. which is kind of crazy to think. But yeah, who would have thought that the common denominator at the end of the day is you got to have games straight up. So that's not surprising information to me. I want to move on to the next topic, which talks about the next gen Xbox. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. So I'm going to bring this picture up next because this is actually revealing some critical details about whatever the next generation Xbox is going to be. Let me swap it out here. Where is it? Here we go. Okay, I'm going to blow this image up in just a second. Before I do, I have a couple more super chats to read here. I appreciate all the support you guys are showing. Edward Hulse says, I feel so sorry for the Lies of P and Mortal Kombat, for Lies of P and Mortal Kombat 1. This is supposed to be their big day, and they're getting overshadowed by this Xbox leak. Yeah, I was thinking about that. And it is unfortunate, the timing of it, because this leak could have came out like any other day of the month. And, but I will say, here's the thing. Both of these games are pretty big, especially Mortal Kombat 1. I think they'll be just fine. Doolin Jones, you're saying here, I'm just going to say it in here once again, Sony and PlayStation are doing, you're saying what the best? I think you meant to say what is best. I don't give a damn about Xbox nor Phil and what they are doing. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that. We'll dive into that conversation once we go through all the leaks, because I will say getting this picture painted of like, here's Microsoft's plan between now and basically 2030, and we stack that up against what we currently know about Sony. Yeah, we'll talk about that, Doolin. And Michael Lynch, you're saying that all digital Series X makes me want to adorably vomit. Yeah, dude, I can't believe they use that terminology. It's pretty comical. It is. Space D, you're saying, funny how everyone ignores that Xbox is the most pro game preservation in the industry, and by a lot. Can you play PS2, 3, 4 games on your PS5? I don't agree, Space D. I won't lie right now, man. I think you're getting a bit defensive. I'm saying this because last I checked, Microsoft has gotten immense praise from the entire gaming community for what they're doing with Xbox 360 games and game preservation in general. But it's just like I've always said, man, you got to begin to take the good with learn to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good. And in this case, there's going to be something we go over later, Space D, that when I talked about it on Twitter a little bit, which was probably a mistake, but the amount of people that are basically just turning around and saying, yeah, but what about Sony? I'm not saying you're doing that, by the way, Space D. I'm not. So I'm not calling you out, not at all. But the amount of people I've seen doing that, it's like, I'm tired of the whataboutism. That's not relevant to the conversation. Like Sony is not the one that has a massive, potentially damning in some ways, leak that has come out. It's Microsoft. Therefore, we should focus on that and talk about it. And if the same happens with Sony, we will focus and talk about that, because there will be people that'll say, well, what about Microsoft? And that's not going to be relevant to the conversation at hand. Sony does play some role in this, some role, but not to that extent where it's like, well, we should just be okay with everything we're learning here about Microsoft because Sony. What? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why people have that mindset. So, Space D, I'm not saying you're doing that, but I guess I'm just trying to say that, first off, I do think Sony does need to do a better job. I've talked about that. PlayStation Plus Premium needs to be improved. And hopefully we have to hope that that's something they're working on. PS2, PS1, PS3, PS4. Well, PS4 is pretty good, but PS1 through 3, PS Vita, PSP, these are things that we have to hope Sony's putting more effort into. And it would be wise of them. I don't see why they wouldn't. They have one of the strongest gaming libraries out there. Why would they not want to do more with that? So, Arnie Vesper, you're saying Xbox makes me micro and soft. Damn. You guys are just coming out in force today with some of these super chats. Nick Man, you're saying, what the F, lying Ryan is a joke compared to lying Spencer. You know what? I'm not taking the bait yet. Not yet, Nick Man. I'm not taking the bait yet. We're going to get to that conversation. I was just talking about this the other night with my friend, and it's really funny, not funny, but interesting that the timing of this is what I'll say. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. The dude says the only reason you guys have said it. Hold on. The only reason you guys have said is that games will be taken away from you. Why the F would that happen? Sad to live in invalid fears. Digital is fine. Well, that's why I'm saying, the dude, I do think people get a little bit extreme with their fears about digital games. I do. I think it's a bit much. Like I saw this video the other day of this guy. I think he's a pretty popular YouTuber. I forget the name of the YouTuber, forget the name of the video, but where he basically said he unsubscribed from all of the streaming services. And I was like, oh, that's interesting, because he was like, here's how I do it. And I was actually genuinely interested here. Okay, like how do you consume your movies and your content and your videos? And he says it's about ownership. And I thought at first it was just he went out and bought Blu-rays and stuff, but it wasn't that. He actually like would set up like mini server racks basically. There's like a name for it, but these mini servers, and he would rip all the media, and it was such an insane process. I respect like that people will go that far out of their way and above and beyond. But I got to a point, and I read a lot of the comments, and a lot of people in the comments were saying, they were like, so the idea is I'm going to stop paying like $10 to $15 to $18 a month for these subscription services, so that way I can then go and spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on like a bunch of different stuff that I have to do. And you're saying it was probably illegal. Actually, that was the whole point of it, which that's why I was like interested. He was saying this is how you can legally do it. But I assure you that, these companies are still not happy if there are people doing that. But it is very expensive. It's very time consuming. And frankly, after watching the video, I was like, that's ridiculous. I would never do that. I would legitimately just rather pay. I would just rather pay the monthly fee, because I would just never do that. That is almost like a full-time job to take care of all of that. But it was really interesting to me. And so I do think some of the fear out there is a little bit extreme, but some of it is valid. Absolutely. I'd say you got to find the middle ground, And Invader Brain, I'm sorry I'm a little bit late to this, but Invader Brain says he wants to become a channel member today. So he re-ups his membership. Welcome back to Greatness Awaits, dude. Let's get some W's in the chat for Invader Brain. He brings us up to 32 members. Well, actually 33 members on the day. So shout out to you, man. Appreciate that. Look forward to your exclusive member perks now. Omen86 says, I'm off gaming. I can't stomach all this Xbox filth. Microsoft is destructive to gaming. This can only end bad. They'll take others down with them. All right, well, it's probably for the best, Omen. If it's making you feel physically ill, go enjoy some games, because at the end of the day, that's what this is supposed to be about, man. So I appreciate you stopping by. Hopefully you'll come back later, and appreciate the super chats, bud. And then we have Domingo813. He says, I'm waiting on the leaks on Phil Spencer buying MBG's channel and MBG agreeing. That would break the internet. I mean, I don't want to say I would sell out, but they say, how the saying goes, everybody has their price. So Phil, I'm just saying I'm willing to negotiate. Obviously that would never happen. It would be funny though. It would be funny. Just one day I come in, my lights are green. That would be some good stuff, man. But Domingo, I have a feeling, I don't know, Microsoft probably doesn't even know that my channel exists, and even if they did, I doubt that they would ever feel like, oh, we gotta buy them out. I mean, there are already plenty of channels that do just that for free. So yeah, I don't think Microsoft has to worry there. But I think you're right to a degree. I think that would maybe break the internet slightly. And actually, the check just cleared. I'm no longer a PlayStation channel. So it's kind of ironic, Domingo, as you said that. I was kind of wondering if this would happen in the middle of the stream. It did. The check just cleared. So let me tell you why everything that came out with this Xbox leak is actually great, and it's fine. I don't know why people are so upset. I don't know why people are so concerned. Microsoft knows what they're doing. It's in your best interest. Don't you understand? Nintendo, don't they realize that they need to understand and accept that their future lies as a publisher without hardware. I know they're selling like 100 million plus consoles and obliterating us, but that's their future, man. And we could own them. We should own them. Obviously, I'm kidding, guys, but I just had to mess around a little bit there. Actually, I could change it to a bunch of different colors, but I'm not going to lie, Domingo. You just kind of made me realize like I could do that at any moment, and hopefully that was the right moment to do that. But appreciate that, man. Doolin Jones, you're saying Sony and PlayStation are doing what they do best. I agree. I mean, we're out here talking about Spider-Man 2. Now do it red for Nintendo. Oh, I probably could, yeah. Do it red for... I don't want to get too distracted. Where's the red? Oh, I think it disconnected. I'll see if I can reconnect it. We'll change it red to Nintendo because, you know what? Actually, Nintendo's check just cleared. There we go. How does that look? Oh, it looks kind of orange for some reason. Why does that look so orange? Do a bunch of different colors. Anyway, I just got really distracted there. I apologize for that. All right, let's keep this flowing because we still have a lot to go over. Josh, you're saying Microsoft/Phil has always been slime in my eyes. Damn, dude, Josh is out here just like Omen, frustrated. Now everyone can have a look for themselves. Funny how they think they know what's best for all other publishers. Yeah, again, man, as I've said, you're going to see a common theme throughout this conversation is the lack of surprise from me, okay? Like the lack of, oh my God, I can't believe this. No, I can. 100%. 100%. King Sam, you're saying, Phil having said how Microsoft should acquire Nintendo is possibly, if possible, is genuinely scary for the potential damage they could do to the entire industry if they get what they want. They need to be stopped. King Sam, we are going to discuss that at length. I know you guys are very eager. That'll be the next thing in line. Hang tight, because there are still some people I see coming in who are unaware of what exactly we're talking about. So we'll go over that. But I appreciate the super chats, guys. And Josh again saying Microsoft is absolutely trying to monopolize the industry. What do you guys think? Do you agree with Josh? Top Shotta says, and thank you for the super chat. You're saying these leaks show the reason why Sony went and pled to the regulators. People must realize that Sony cannot compete with Microsoft without regulators keeping a check on Microsoft taking over the industry. No, man. According to a lot of people, the only reason Sony did what they did is just because they want to do that, right? Like Sony wants to do that, and that's the reality. Top Shotta. I get what you're saying. The reality is Sony had to do what they had to do for their own interests, right? But there were a lot of people who I think really, really, really dragged Sony and Jim Ryan across the mud pretty aggressively. And I'm not saying some of it wasn't warranted. Even I got frustrated with Sony, and I had to do some ranting about Sony with some of the things that they were coming out and saying. But I also sided with Sony, not just because they were Sony. Truthfully, I know people, they're just people who are never going to believe that, and I don't care. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything, but the truth for me is I was siding with Sony because I could clearly see, like clear as day, what Microsoft is trying to do. I think many of us here could and still can, especially now. And that was the whole thing, man, it's like, is Sony saying some dumb things? Yeah. Is Sony doing this for the interest of their own bottom line? Yes, they're not doing this for the wider gaming community. They're doing it for their own business and the PlayStation brand, obviously. But when you think about where the road leads, where the consolidation road leads, yeah, I'm all for, like, hey, if this thing gets blocked, I think the industry would be better for it. I do. I don't think that would be a bad thing. And obviously Sony would be very happy about that. But that's not where we are. This is seemingly not going to get blocked. It's going to go through. And at that point, we have to now brace ourselves for what may come next, not just for Microsoft, but as the entire, with the entire industry. So like I said, we're going to get into that conversation soon. And Josh, again, you're saying they don't care about gaming or making games, just the money. Yeah, I mean, it's easy right now. I get it. I feel the animosity and I understand. Believe me, if there's anybody here who understands the frustration and the animosity that is currently being put towards Microsoft, it's me. I get it. However, we do have to keep our heads here and realize that for as bad as it is, this is the nature of business. It's not so much a matter of who's good and who's bad. It really is just very much a matter of who's worse. And that is business. That is how it always works. And I'm not here to say that Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft all suck. But I think we could all universally agree that they all have some serious imperfections and things about them that we would like to change. For example, and I'm not trying to I'll check that in a little while. I'm not trying to shine the spotlight on this again, but I will momentarily, just in an effort to make sure we are being fair and we are being balanced. Okay. For as bad as everything we're hearing about Microsoft, and Phil Spencer, for as bad as that all is right now, we still need to keep in mind, Sony just recently upped the price of PlayStation Plus and just said because we need more money for it. We're just going to up the price. We're not going to give you anything more. And I don't want to just brush that under the rug and just pretend that, Sony's not bad at all and everything's fine. But these things are tough to compare because they're so different. And that's why I'm trying to say that these are imperfections, and we're going to continue to see these imperfections because this is the nature of big business and corporate executives and business moves. And at the end of the day, when we talk about these things, the bad things that happen that are coming out about Microsoft and the bad things that are coming out about Sony, or the bad things that either of them are doing, at the end of the day, what it's really going to boil down to is it's basically but who's worse? And I will say, and I'm giving it away a little bit here, I will say what the mentality that Microsoft has, in my opinion, is worse simply for the sheer amount of damage it could potentially do to the entire gaming industry. Not just their business, not just Xbox, the entire industry. And it's just a matter of scale, really. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later. AZN Panda, you're saying people forget as you go digital, your account is more at risk if you curse or say something someone doesn't agree with. They will report you. Banned. Good game. You know what? I did see recently that Activision is implementing an AI that monitors every word you say. It monitors every word you say. And the assumption is if you say something that you're not supposed to and is against their terms of service, boom. Maybe you get a warning. Maybe you get multiple warnings. You get a strike. Maybe you get your account banned, like you said. And granted, that's just for Call of Duty, but stuff like that could be implemented and probably will be to things like party chats and everything. So yeah, that is another reason, dude. Because if something like that were to happen to somebody, I mean, you'd have to question what they said in the first place. But it is concerning just to know that you're being monitored like that. No doubt. That feels like a complete invasion of privacy. I guess the idea is you would have to say something pretty bad to actually get banned, which is obviously, not good, but it's a really slippery slope, man. It is. But to your point, man, as things like AI and monitoring and tracking and all this stuff, and your account becomes hyper, focused on in any way, all these games that are attached to your account, if one day you do something and you're banned and it's gone, then so are your games. If you have physical versions of those games, like somebody said earlier, you'll at least always have the 1.0 version of that game that you can play at any time. And I think there's something to be said for that. Absolutely. Pig Roach, you're saying Phil is collecting Infinity Stones. He ain't messing around, man. He's about to snap his fingers, and it might be Joel over, guys. Damn, dude. Well, I mean, Pig Roach, I think that's, yeah. You're presenting it in a more, comedic way here, and I think that's fine because it is funny to imagine that. But that's essentially what is happening. I feel like I've been out here trying to tell people and warn them that dude, Microsoft is basically Thanos right now. I'm not saying that Sony is like Captain America, which would be ironic because they're a Japanese company, or like the Avengers, or like Nintendo and Sony have to become the Avengers. Not anything like that, but it is true that Microsoft is out to just become so powerful that it nothing can stand in their way. Nothing. Competition doesn't matter when you have that kind of power. Amazon is proof of this. There are other companies that are proof of this. When you have that kind of power, competition doesn't exist. There's just you and everybody below you. And that's that. And you will always win. That's just the way it goes. And when we go over some more information here in a little bit, it's going to show you clear as day that irrefutable evidence that this is what Microsoft is doing. So just be careful what you're supporting. That's all. That's all. I'm not here to tell you I'm right, you're wrong, we're right, you're wrong. No, it's not about that. I'm just trying to get people to understand that you just be careful what you're supporting and where it might lead, because people more than anything, man, this is why it frustrates me so much when I see people, they come out to me and they're like, but if it was Sony, everything would be okay. No, it wouldn't. Why do people think that when it comes to at least me? I can't speak for all the PlayStation fan base, but why do people think that? Have I not condemned Sony enough over the months? You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It's the fact that when everybody decides to be sheep and say, you know what, the cool thing to do is to hate Sony and Jim Ryan right now and just talk shit about PlayStation. When everybody decides that's a cool thing to do, just because I don't do that every day, all day, that doesn't mean I'm okay with everything Sony does. It's gaslighting 101 is what it is, frankly. That's what it is. But I just, I still do get frustrated by it because, no, man, it's not if there was a leaked document email of Jim Ryan saying what Phil Spencer said, I would roast Sony and absolutely condemn them and Jim Ryan for ever saying something like that, or even thinking that. I absolutely would. But that's just it, guys. It's not Jim Ryan. It's not Sony. It's Microsoft. It's Phil Spencer. And I apologize because I'm still alluding to this leaked email that I haven't read yet. So I'm sorry. I keep getting ahead of myself. Hang tight, guys. Herpy Derps, you're saying the email that leaked of Matt Booty saying that they want to spend Sony out of business doesn't seem like hyperbole anymore. Their intentions get more and more obvious with every step they take. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Space D, you're saying, but you would still be a avid PlayStation fan. Look, it is. I won't lie to you. It is a slippery slope. I do have, a sunk cost here, right? I am invested. If I saw that email, I wouldn't throw away my console and say I'm never playing a game on PlayStation again. And I'm not saying Xbox fans should do that either. I'm just simply conveying that it would make me rethink, what exactly is Sony trying to achieve here? Because whatever it is doesn't sound like it's going to lead to a good place. And I would be concerned. And I know, I got to show the email. Let me stay focused here, guys. AZN Panda, you're saying if you say there are two genders, you might get banned. We're not. AZN Panda just coming in here and being like, I'm going to just throw a wrench into this. We're not even going there, AZN Panda. We're just going to move right along. I appreciate the super chat, though. You're saying Top Shot at AB or Top Shot. You're saying ABK is a bigger gaming company than Nintendo in market cap. Only Sony and Tencent are bigger than ABK. ABK is 3 publishers in one, and hence you can see why you're saying you're joking. Yeah, hence why we've focused on just how desperately Microsoft wants to get this deal through. And the last super chat here. I will read every super chat I get. I'm going to read 18 May's, and after that, I'm going to move on to talk about these topics, and then I'll come back to the chats. You're saying, MBG, can you leak your workout routine? We need to know if you superset you lay down pulls. That's a secret, man. That's a secret. I can't give you my routine. It's highly confidential, okay? It's highly confidential. Now, maybe one day I will, just not right now. All right, guys, before we go over, this is basically this little picture you see at the bottom left corner. This is actually information on the next generation Xbox. I want you guys to do me a favor and hit that like button. Show your support for the stream. We're at almost 350 likes. If we could get 400 likes, that would be incredible. I greatly appreciate that. But let me bring this up here so we can read this, okay? Cohesive hybrid compute. So everything on this picture is in regards to the next generation Xbox, which is targeting a 2028 release. Our vision: develop a next generation hybrid game platform capable of leveraging the combined power of the client and cloud to deliver deeper immersion and entirely new classes of game experiences. Optimized for real-time gameplay and creators, we will enable new levels of performance beyond the capabilities of the client hardware alone. And suddenly, it all becomes clear, doesn't it? People, you're saying this is old. It doesn't matter. The relevant part about this is that this is a cloud hybrid system. This is irrefutable proof that Microsoft is going in big with the cloud next generation. And I know that there are people like bringing up jokes and laughing about it and being like, oh, this is like the Xbox One all over, the power of the cloud. That's not my focus right now. My focus is that I need to remind people the reason why the CMA ended up blocking this ABK deal was because of what Microsoft was planning to do in the cloud space in the coming years. And when they came out and they said this, we didn't have access to this information. We didn't have access to this information, but they did. That's the important thing to understand here. People absolutely trashed the CMA, saying that they are out of their minds. They don't know what they're talking about. Well, you know what? Here is a leaked document giving us explicit details about their vision and even some, as you can see, some specifications here for their cloud, their cloud vision with their console. And I just think it's interesting to point this out because you have to really wonder how this is going to play out. So they say here, key strategic decisions and investments. CPU ARM64 versus x64 Zen 6. CPU balance of big/little CPU cores. GPU co-designed with AMD or licensed AMD IP, Navi 5. NPU balancing the desire for flexible programmable ML silicon versus high-performance silicon for targeted workloads. Forward compatibility. Graphics innovation. Next-gen DirectX ray tracing. Dynamic global illumination. Micro polygon rendering optimizations. ML-based super resolutions. Extensibility model for faster iteration and innovation. Thin OS, lacking thin OS for less than $99 consumer or handheld devices. So, handheld. They want to get their OS on more handhelds. Again, cloud. I keep seeing somebody in the chat saying, who cares? Dude, why are you here then? I don't know, like, what do you, I like, you had to have cared about this if you clicked on my stream, right? Straight up. Like, why would you be here if you didn't care at all? Why would you click my stream? I'm pretty sure you care. I'm pretty sure you care, bro. And it's fine. I get it. There's a lot of stuff to take in. I understand. I get it. But look, this is, I want to highlight something here. What's very interesting about Microsoft's approach here, I talked a little bit earlier about what could this mean for Sony. Dude, I am dying to know what Mark Cerny and Sony's strategy is as of right now for next generation, because we are getting in full display here. This is Microsoft's plan for next gen. It's going to be a hybrid of native hardware, which I assume, that they're mainly focused on the consoles, but they want to really integrate cloud in a big way. They want to have a thin OS so that way they can get cheap handheld devices that you will assume will leverage cloud. And it is very interesting. You think about some of the decisions and some of the announcements that Sony is making right now regarding cloud. You have to begin to wonder if Sony may be kind of gearing up to do something similar. And that, that's the thing. We have to assume that the CMA maybe saw that information, and maybe they're not. There is a chance that the CMA went over this. They saw, okay, Microsoft is going all in with a hybrid cloud compute system for next gen, and maybe Sony isn't. Maybe they have no plans to do that. It's just not something that's going to be a priority for them, and maybe that's where the big disconnect was. Hold on 1 second. All right, so this is the information we have on the next gen Xbox. It's still pretty thin in terms of what this means, like what details. We're gonna have to wait until we get more, but there you go. Certainly more than what we know about PlayStation, no doubt about that. Now we're going to continue to move on here. I know a lot of people are very eager for me to read about the to read about the email, and I'm going to get to that momentarily. But something else that did leak out that's very significant: a lot of games, specifically Bethesda games. Their unannounced games are as follows: Oblivion Remaster, Fallout 3 Remaster, Ghostwire Tokyo 2, which is very interesting, Doom 0 Year, licensed IP game, Project Platinum, Project Kestrel. So those last three could be anything, but this is, that's like that's a lot of unannounced games that are just casually being dropped. I don't know. I'm assuming games like Oblivion and Fallout 3 Remastered are going to be a really big deal. I mean, we got the next Doom. And here's the thing about all those games I just listed: all Xbox exclusive. All Xbox exclusive. The next Doom, these remasters, Ghostwire Tokyo 2. So there you go, man. The leaks just keep coming. I honestly don't have much to say about this other than it really sucks that their games just all got leaked like that. But check this out. I'm gonna get to the email now. And I know that this is what everybody's been waiting for. So let me bring it up. And we're gonna read it. Okay? There's an email. This was an internal email written up by Phil Spencer, and I'm going to read it word for word. This was sent to Nomoto Takeshi. It says, Takeshi, I totally agree that Nintendo is the prime asset for us in gaming, and today gaming is our most likely path to consumer relevance. Actually, you know what? I want to actually bring this up on screen so you guys can see this, okay? Because to me, this right here is the smoking gun, dude. Like, out of everything that we've been talking about when it comes to Microsoft, this is the smoking gun. So he says, Takeshi, I totally agree that Nintendo is the prime asset for us in gaming, and today gaming is our most likely path to consumer relevance. I've had numerous conversations with the LT of Nintendo about tighter collaboration and feel like if any US company would have a chance with Nintendo, we are probably in the best position. The unfortunate, or fortunate for Nintendo's situation, is that Nintendo is sitting on a big pile of cash. They have a BOD that until recently has not pushed for further increases in market growth or stock appreciation. I say until recently, as our former MS BOD member, Value Act, has been heavily acquiring shares of Nintendo. And I've kept in touch with Mason Morfitt as he's been acquiring. It's likely he will be pushing for more from Nintendo stock, which would create opportunities for us. Without that catalyst, I don't see an angle to a near-term mutually agreeable merger of Nintendo and Microsoft, and I don't think hostile action would be a good move. So we are playing the long game, but our BOD has seen the full write-up on Nintendo and Valve, and they are fully supportive on either if opportunity arises, as am I. He's talking about his board of directors, by the way, like the board of Microsoft. That's what he's referring to when he says BOD. Confidentially, we have two fairly active M&A discussions in gaming right now, Warner Brothers Interactive and ZeniMax. I took ZeniMax and the BOD last week, and prior to the BOD discussion, I asked Amy and Satya if they wanted me to slow either or both of these, given the TikTok discussions, and they both empathetically told me no. They are fine doing all three of these if the deals make sense. I won't say WB or ZeniMax is Nintendo, but both are for sale and gettable by us if things align. Biggest obstacle in WB is IP ownership. We wouldn't own any of the IP, which hurts long-term flexibility, and the only obstacle on ZeniMax is valuation expectations of founders. But I think it's likely one or both of these happen, which will help us continue to double down on our gaming relevance. To give a sense of scale, ZeniMax is about the size of our current first-party studio organization. So that would be doubling our content asset. Downside is it's more core, less broad, not mobile, more North American / European, etc. Now, this last part I'm about to read, to me, this is the smoking gun. I love this discussion and value you looking at the opportunities here. At some point, getting Nintendo would be a career moment, and I honestly believe a good move for both companies. It's just taking a long time for Nintendo to see that their future exists off of their own hardware. A long time, smiley face, signed Phil Spencer. Now, this right here, okay? If you want to know who Phil Spencer is, this is it. I'm not saying as a person, obviously, I'm sure he's more than this, but I'm saying if you want to know, like Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, the head of Microsoft Gaming, okay, people have spent, I don't even know how many years now, just absolutely obliterating Jim Ryan. Just trashing this guy. Some of it warranted, but praising Phil Spencer because Phil Spencer's a gamer, cares about the consumer, cares about this industry. Take a good look. I hope everybody takes a good long look. Now, you're going to see people, they're going to come out and they're going to downplay this. We know that. They're going to come out and they're going to say, you think Sony isn't having conversations like this? You think Jim Ryan, you think all these companies, all these platform holders, you think they don't have these conversations about who they could buy, who they could acquire? Who said they didn't? No one's saying they're not. But the difference here is that we have straight up proof, evidence, again, the smoking gun from Phil Spencer himself. This is his intention. This is his angle. This is Microsoft's intent. This is Microsoft's angle. This is exactly why I went on and on and on, and everybody, they just want to clown me. They just want to humiliate me. They just want to clip me, so on and so forth. And that's fine. I get it. At the end of the day, it's all just corporate warfare. But this is exactly why I went on and on and on about how people need to stop cheering on the Activision Blizzard deal. They need to stop cheering on Microsoft coming out here and saying, you know what? Let's spend Sony out of business. Let's buy our way to the top. Because, that's the thing is, why should we care? Why should we care that Phil Spencer comes out and he says it's just taking a long time for Nintendo to see that their future exists off of their own hardware? Obviously, Nintendo's future is better aligned with Microsoft. Phil knows what's best for Nintendo. I mean, forget the fact that Nintendo sells, probably, I can't even think of a number. That's how ridiculous it is. Because it would sound like hyperbole, but it's not. Microsoft doesn't sell games. Nintendo is the master of selling games. Nintendo has mastered their own IP. They've mastered their business. They've mastered selling hardware. And Phil Spencer comes out and he says, full well knowing that this is, and to be fair, I will say this, I do feel bad that this is coming out publicly because you can obviously tell Phil never would have expected something like this to be made public. Look at what he says here. Getting Nintendo. I just remember this Phil Spencer quote because you know what? People want to quote all these gaming executives all the time. To me, this is the quote that Phil Spencer will be remembered for. Getting Nintendo would be a career moment. I bet it would, Phil. I bet it would. Because once you do that, it's over. You know it. Sony knows it. Everybody, it's over. You've won. Microsoft effectively has a monopoly and a complete stronghold on the entire industry, just like that. That is their end game. You're going to see people come out and they're going to try to convince you otherwise. They're going to downplay this. Oh, well, it was in 2020. They say that like it was a decade ago. That's about 3 years ago. Let me ask you, what has Microsoft done since then? What have they done since 2020? Because you know what? What I'm reading here lines up perfectly. Lines up absolutely perfectly. Well, you think Sony wouldn't buy Nintendo if they had the chance? What does that matter? What does that matter? Who is saying that Sony wouldn't buy Nintendo if they had the chance to? If they were even able to? No one's saying that. But that's the difference. Sony's not buying Nintendo. There's no document out there, and maybe that'll get leaked next, and that would be a hell of a thing. That'd be funny as hell. But right now, there's no document out there claiming that Jim Ryan is out here saying it would really be a career move if they got Nintendo. It makes me laugh, dude. It makes me laugh how fooled, how easily Microsoft has just fooled their fan base and their most loyal fans into thinking that this is about them, this is for them. And you know what? Let's play devil's advocate here for a moment. This part of the email where he says, I honestly believe it would be a good move for both companies. Maybe there's a little bit of truth to that. At first, Microsoft gets Nintendo. Suddenly, Nintendo's available in many more places. Suddenly, it's on PC. You can play it through the cloud. But at the same time, you would have to ask yourself, okay, that's all fine, well, and good. So how powerful is Microsoft in the gaming industry now? What kind of moves can Microsoft make? What kind of competition does Microsoft have now? They have Bethesda, they have Activision, they have Nintendo. Huh. So what he's really saying there, make no mistake about it, that would be good for him. That would be good for Microsoft, not the gaming industry. People need to wake the fuck up, and they need to stop living in this weird delusional bubble where they just blindly fall for marketing and PR speak and speak that's just about saving face, thinking that Microsoft is out here to save you money and be your friend and give you as many games as you can handle. They are right now because it's their only choice. They have to grow their service. And they have serious competition. That's frankly, that whooped their ass so bad, they had to give up the console race. So right now, it is in Microsoft's best interest. It is in Phil Spencer's best interest. It is in all of their best interest we have to win the gamer over. We got to convince these guys that we are on their side, that we care about their money as much as they care about their money, and we just want to deliver you more games. And we will do that. We will spend nearly $100 billion to do that. See, that's the thing. You're saying fear-mongering? You could make the argument in the past that maybe I was fear-mongering. MBG, is Activision Blizzard really that big of a deal? I mean, come on. Microsoft needs that. Really? You're that hung up over Bethesda? Like, fine. Maybe that could be passed off as fear-mongering. Sure. But see, there is no fear-mongering in this. I mean, I want you guys to really think about this. Think of I want you to think of the full weight behind this. Notice how I'm not yelling. I'm not emotional. There's no fear here because it's just reality. Think of the full weight of what is being discussed so casually and candidly in this email. Think about it. We're not talking about a Ninja Theory. We're not talking about a Playground Games. We're not even talking about a Bethesda. We're not even talking about a Square Enix. We're talking about Nintendo and Valve. And the way Phil even discusses it, where it's like, yeah, I guess we might have to settle. See how much respect Microsoft has for Bethesda? The way it's the implication. We might have to settle for just Bethesda, and that's okay. That's good enough for now. Maybe we have to settle for Warner Brothers, but there's IP problems. Phil Spencer is an executive at Microsoft. He's not your friend. He's not somebody who cares about your money. He doesn't even care about giving you as many games as he can. He cares about his career and about making career moves and ensuring that he goes down as the one that got Microsoft to the top. That's Phil Spencer in the gaming industry. So for all the people out there, for all the people out there that have said, you know what? Jim Ryan, he's not a gamer. He's just a corporate suit. He's a businessman. It's all about the bottom line. You're probably right. But he doesn't hide that, does he? Jim Ryan, as far as I can tell, makes it pretty clear. I just want to, I don't know what that voice was. This is how Jim Ryan talks. I just want to make the PlayStation brand as profitable as possible and try not to piss people off too much. I mean, can we all come to an agreement that that's basically Jim Ryan's energy that he puts out? That's not at all Phil Spencer's energy. That's not the energy from any executive at Microsoft. The energy from Microsoft is bullshit. The demeanor. And that's why it pisses me off. Like, oh, Sony pony's crying. Nobody's crying, but we're just trying to let you guys know you look like fools. The reason why you look like fools is because these guys are laughing at you. They're literally laughing at you. You call us bootlickers and whatnot because we're excited for games like Spider-Man 2 and we're not going to fucking throw our consoles out because PlayStation Plus got a price increase. We'll bitch, and a lot of us will unsubscribe. But we're looking forward to the games. But no, we're just bootlickers, right? We just want to high five Jim Ryan and say, you're just doing a phenomenal job, man. That's all, because you do no wrong. Meanwhile, these guys are out here celebrating this completely fake, fabricated demeanor and attitude that these, once again, corporate executives of one of the most powerful companies in the world, they come out, and I'm not saying hate them. I want that to be made clear as well. I'm not saying get your pitchforks out. It's not about that. I just want people to open their eyes and realize that they're wolves in sheep's clothing. That's it. That's all it is. They're not here to do anything in the gaming industry other than dominate and make the most amount of money. And if you are the person that says, but what about Sony? Newsflash, so is Sony. That's Sony's goal too. That's Nintendo's goal. That is the goal of all of these corporations. But when we talk about, this is why I said earlier, it's not about who's better. At the end of the day, it's really, unfortunately, due to greed and shareholders and everything in the stock market, it's due to, it comes down to who's worse. And in this case, people can say whatever they want. Microsoft is worse, not because of Game Pass, not because of the games they're putting into Game Pass, not because they're giving you such a great deal, but because it couldn't be made more clear that they're doing all of this because, as Phil Spencer says himself right in this email, they're playing the long game. They're playing the long game. He says it word for word. What is that? What do you think that means? See, this is what's funny to me is what do people think that means when a corporate executive, the head of Microsoft Gaming, the head of a multi-trillion-dollar corporation comes out and says in an email that's not supposed to be made public, yeah, we're playing the long game. What do you think that translates to for you, the consumer? You think that translates to, so he wants to give me an even better deal 10 years from now. That's what you think that means. I'll tell you, man. People can give Sony all the shit they want, and Sony does things where they do deserve some shit. But one thing I will give Sony credit for is at least they're not trying to bullshit us like this. Because this is fucking nefarious, dude. Don't get me wrong. Sony may fuck up next. I'm ready for anything. Sony may come out and say, you know what, actually, we're going to buy Nintendo. At which point I'll be like, you got to be fucking kidding me. They could come out tomorrow and say, we're in talks to acquire Take-Two Interactive. Well, maybe not Take-Two Interactive, but Capcom or something. And we'll have to have that conversation. We will. We will have to have that conversation about like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this, man. Maybe. Let's weigh the pros and the cons. But right now, this is the focus. This is the focus. And what's genuinely concerning to me about this, it's not what Phil Spencer's saying. That's the thing. I'm not worried about Phil Spencer doing Phil Spencer things. The head of Microsoft Gaming doing what the head of Microsoft Gaming should be doing, which is, so how far can I take this? I would do the same thing. You would do the same thing. That is his job. The thing that concerns me is that he's willing to put on such an obvious mask in front of everybody. And that is the entire PR over there, where they're practically fucking brainwashing people. And people they just like, yeah, that's great. I'm not concerned at all. This is good. This is a good thing. I've even seen people coming out saying it would be a good thing for Microsoft to own Nintendo. I mean, holy shit, dude. Holy shit. How fucking brainwashed do you have to be to come to that conclusion? That's what makes me nervous, is that Microsoft is not just doing this. They're going to do it. Doesn't matter what I think, doesn't matter what I say. Phil Spencer's going to push as hard as he can to get Microsoft to the top and spend whatever they need to spend to make that happen. I get that. That will not change. And Sony's going to have to do whatever the fuck they have to do to ensure that they don't get, steamrolled 10 years from now because Microsoft owns half the fucking gaming industry or some of the biggest publishers in the industry. That's Sony's problem to deal with, not mine, frankly, obviously. But what genuinely concerns me is that Microsoft is proving that if you can just bullshit your way to the top in terms of the actual consumer, the public, the gamer. Like I said, you're going to see many people downplay this. I just want to encourage everybody, keep an open mind. When you see people coming out, this is 3 years old, doesn't matter, Sony's probably doing the same thing, this isn't even going to happen, they probably don't even care about Nintendo. I'm not asking you to hyperfixate on the email itself. I'm not asking you to hyperfixate on the date. I'm not asking you to hyperfixate on Phil Spencer himself. I'm not asking you to hyperfixate on anything. I just want you to keep your focus on one thing and one thing only: the intent. The intent. That's all you need to extract from this. What is Microsoft's intention? There you go. It's right there for all to see. So that's it. And for those who don't know, I feel like it's obvious. Maybe some people might not know. This email, as if it wasn't bad enough that we heard Matt Booty in an email say, we're going to go outspend, we can go outspend Sony. We can spend Sony out of business. That's what he said. Oh, well, that was in 2019. They're a different company now. They would never do such a thing. Oh, okay. That was just 1 year later. You see something like this. So the intent is clear. The intent is Microsoft. They want to come out. They want to use their power, which is their infinite amount of money. And they want to take over the gaming industry as much as they possibly can because they're playing the long game. And when you play the long game, you got to do whatever you can to get people over on your side. You get enough people over on your side, you look around, you realize, there ain't many people left over there. Not many people over there either. Almost everybody's over here. I guess we can do what we want. But no, that can't be Microsoft's intent. There's no way that could be Microsoft's intent because Microsoft has never done that before. Oh, wait, they have. Dog, this is some doomer energy. Look, man, I don't know what people want. Do you want me to be happy about it? Do you want me to be screaming about it and oh my God, the fucking world's on fire? It's not any of that. It's not. This is sad, is what it is. That's what this is. This is sad. You're talking about the same company that over 2 decades ago, when they first decided to enter the gaming industry, they walked right into Nintendo and they said, we want to talk to you about acquiring you. And they got laughed out of the room. Rightly so. They don't want to earn it. They don't want to do it the hard way. They just want to buy it. But you know what? Everything I just said doesn't matter. Do you want to know why? You want to know why everything I said just doesn't matter? Because Sony buys some third-party timed exclusives. So obviously, Jim Ryan is the villain here. and Sony's wrong. Microsoft's right. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Saying Sony's going to have to start spending money. Sony's not stupid, man. You think Jim Ryan and Herman Holston, whoever, the whole board of Sony, they are obviously they're paying very close attention to all of this stuff that just leaked out, but they are not surprised at all. If anybody knew that this is what Microsoft was trying to do, it was them, because they would do it too. They would do it too. If Sony was able to create a monopoly and get away with it in the gaming industry, they would. But so would Valve, so would Nintendo, and so would Microsoft. So I'm not condemning. I want to make it, I just have to emphasize this point again, because I know people are going to try to come after me for this, and I hope they clip this, if they're going to clip anything, so they're aware. This is not about condemning Microsoft for doing Microsoft things. This is not about a business, a company doing business-like things. This is about the reality that Microsoft is seemingly the only one getting pretty damn close to actually doing it. And regardless of whether it was Microsoft getting close to doing it, Sony, Nintendo, Valve, anybody else, doesn't matter. It's concerning. You better believe that look, I know that there have been people in the past where they're like, the ideal world for PlayStation fans is if Xbox literally died and went bankrupt and just went away, right? That would be the ideal world for PlayStation fans. It's like, no. I mean, sure, maybe for like extremists. I mean, maybe now some people feel that way because they see what Microsoft is doing. But in the past, it's been about, like, look at how people treated Xbox during the 360 era. Look at how gamers treated that console during that era. The only thing people wanted, most people, is for Microsoft to compete. And a lot of people say now, well, they are. You guys asked for competition, Bethesda, Starfield, Activision, Blizzard, Call of Duty. And it's like, I'm done arguing with these people, because that's not what anybody was talking about. That is literally not what anybody meant. But people continue to speak as if that is what we were all clamoring for. I can't wait to find out that the Elder Scrolls 6 is an Xbox exclusive. That's not what people were saying. People were saying, Microsoft, good job. You just bought 5 new studios. Now you may actually begin to grow them and start something. And that's fine. I get it. The argument against me at this point is, and not just me, but others, the argument is, well, when you asked for competition, no one ever said you were going to like the form it came in. Competition is competition. And you're right. I cannot argue against that. You're right. That is what, and that's where sometimes it's just an abrupt reminder that, oh yeah, this is an industry. It's business. There is no, it's not about having some kind of honor or dignity. Even Sony has made dishonorable choices in the past and things that would definitely be frowned upon. No doubt. People bring it up all the time. That's why I always say, I understand that. I understand Sony is, yes, like people make the argument, like Sony bought all those timed exclusives and they forced Microsoft's hand. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure there is some truth to that. But that's the thing, is when the power dynamic shifts, what does it matter? Because at that point, as I said, it's just a matter of who's worse. I hate that. Dude, that's like the biggest conclusion about all of this, is you hate that in business and in reality, the question always just comes down to, but who's worse? I hate that. I absolutely hate that. And if there's anything we should be concerned about in general, it's probably that, But it's not all bad. It's not all bad. The good news here is that Microsoft has not and likely will never acquire Nintendo, because believe me, I think I speak for most people, most rational people, when I say we don't want to see Nintendo get acquired by anybody. We don't want to see Valve get acquired by anybody. And I would even take it as far as, I don't want to see any more publishers get acquired by anybody. I know that that's probably going to happen no matter what, but I don't want to see Sony acquire a publisher. I think Microsoft has got more than enough with Activision Blizzard. I think everybody should just remain independent at this point and just focus on making great games and growing their studios. That's all it should be, man. That's what we should be talking about. That's what we should be focused on and what we should be talking about. All right, I have a couple super chats here. Pig Roach, you're saying, I will say this defeats the narrative of Xbox going third party, then making an attempt like Sony to push in a niche market like VR. This doesn't mean it will be successful. This is not nefarious in any way. I'm trying to. I don't know if you're so you sent this like over a half hour ago. I'm sorry I'm so late to getting to it. I think you're referring more to the next generation console from Microsoft. Maybe not. I'm not entirely sure, but what I called nefarious is not like the Microsoft wanting to do cloud. Yeah, so the cloud aspect, I mean, it's one of these things where we don't know. So I can't say it's nefarious, right? Like it's, oh man, they just want to do some bad things with the cloud. Like it's a guarantee that they absolutely want to monopolize the cloud market and whatnot. It's assumed. And I feel like it has to be. Like you have to have that doubt, man. You do. Not doubt. You have to have that concern. I mean, giving a company like Microsoft the benefit of the doubt is not wise. It's not. And that to me is what is so confusing about the regulatory bodies, is that why are they believing any of these companies regarding any, like it should just be, listen, big mega companies, there's only one reason they want to buy other big mega companies, and there's nothing good. There's nothing good there. I don't know why anybody walks around thinking that there are good things that could come from that. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. That is called lessening competition, shrinking competition, and only bad things come from that. So this is why I'm just so confused why, everybody, like you look at any other industry outside of gaming and you'll find that there's a common theme in that over the course of that industry's lifetime, from where it started to where it is now, it's just like 4 or 5, maybe even less in some cases, just mega companies that own everything. That in the past, they all used to be separate. And it's like, I get it, capitalism, I'm not against it, but there's no denying that problems arise when that happens, straight up. Less competition only leads to worse products. Fact. It does not drive innovation. It does not drive quality. It does the exact opposite. And the gaming industry has been lucky enough for a long time to where that hasn't been a thing that has happened. That hasn't been a thing that has happened. Like there are still many independent publishers, some much bigger than others. But, anybody who's basically cheering on and advocating like, this person needs to acquire this, and I'm like, we need to just take a step back and realize that maybe this industry would be a better place if big entities, I'm not talking about smaller studios that can grow. I think that that's fair game. Personally, I think that whether it's Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, anybody else in between, you want to acquire a small up and coming studio that you can mold and grow, go for it. That's actually great. I think that's great. But when you're talking about big established entities that benefit, like straight up, we benefit by them in being independent, and they benefit to a degree. Like there's a mutual understanding. Like you do good work, and we buy your product, and it's a win-win. Suddenly, when they're protected by a big mega entity where it's like we can just blow money and it doesn't mean anything. I'm not saying it guarantees the quality will go down, but believe me when I tell you, if the quality goes down, they're going to feel it a lot less, to the point where it might not even be a concern. This is literally in front of us with other, not even just the movie industry or the TV industry the media industry, dude, in the food industry, it's everywhere. It couldn't be more clear. It couldn't be more clear. Can't we just shake hands? No. No, S1X Bucks. Go read the replies on that tweet. Go look at the people that quote tweeted that. And then come back to me and say that. There's no shaking hands. There is no shaking hands. There never will be. But I at least believe that maybe you can talk some sense into people, or at the very least give them a different perspective that they can see momentarily. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give people the perspective here that the marketing, the fanboys, the rhetoric, it all points to, man, Microsoft is phenomenal. Xbox is great. Yeah, there are some aspects that are, sure, but you shouldn't just ignore the bad and just sweep it under the rug and pretend it doesn't exist. And in Microsoft's case, the bad that's there, as you can see with this email, is highly concerning. But that's the thing. If you're cheering on that company, because you know that these people are out there. I don't need to name them. And there are many that I don't know their names. But you know that there are people out there that they are okay with this. In fact, they actually want this. And the only way they see it is that, well, if Microsoft, what if they did get Nintendo? Oh my God, what if they did give, they would fucking, they would be number one forever. They would be unstoppable. Yes. Like, you know that these people are out there. And that's why I'm saying, look, you can call me whatever you want. You can judge me. That's fine. But I am here to tell you that Sony I support PlayStation for what they do, for what they produce, not just because of the brand, not just because of the name. This is not a situation where Sony can do no wrong. Because that's the thing. That's to me, that's what makes this whole conversation comical. Lure Cannon, you're saying, bro, stop. Listen, man. You wait. Because the day will come. The day will come. You're going to see me release a video, and it's going to be titled something like 2 hours, compilation, 2 hours of MBG criticizing Sony. And it's going to be a compilation of all the things, because you guys have already seen all the clips of everything else I've said, because everybody's right there ready to let you know, this is MBG, this is all he says, this is all he does. It's clear I'm going to have to do it myself. It's clear. No one's going to do it for me. I'll do it myself. And I'll put that out there. And no, this is not about appeasing Xbots. No, it's about making people realize that some of the things they may be hearing about me, some of the clips they may be coming across, sure, I get it. You're going to judge me in that moment. They don't take a second to think, who's putting that clip out there? You know what I mean? Who's putting that clip out there? Am I missing? Is it possible I could be missing context? Maybe. It's actually pretty likely you are. So maybe I'll provide that context. And in doing so, prove to people that this is not a matter of Sony good, Microsoft bad, Sony do whatever they want, Microsoft do nothing good. It's fucking not. It never has been. It never will be. Like, I just don't understand why people... Where are the clips of me being concerned about Sony's live service approach? Where are the clips of me at a 4 fucking hour stream being pissed off with Sony raising PlayStation Plus prices? Where are these clips? Where are people pointing that out? They don't exist. Because that's not the cool thing to do, guys. It's not the cool thing to do. And Chris B, coming in while I'm going on my tangent here. Chris B comes out and he says, you know what, MBG? Let's drop a 10 bomb. As I spit everywhere for some reason. Chris B, dude, thank you so much, man. Chris B is becoming a legend here. He's been showing up almost every stream, dropping these 10 bombs, man. He just brought us up to 42 members on the day. Or 43, sorry. 43 members on the day. Dude, Chris, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that continued support. Let's get some W's in the chat for Chris. Very close to our goal now, guys. We're about 7 members away from hitting our goal, which is crazy. And Pig Roach. Pig Roach, is this your first time? I've seen you've been doing some super chats, which is awesome, dude. I appreciate that. But now you're like, you know what? Let's dole out a membership gift. W's in the chat for Pig Roach, showing some support, paying it forward. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. So that brings us up to, where are we at here? 44 members on the day. Getting closer and closer, man. So I'm sorry I do apologize for, that's the thing, is I make it too personal. It's not that serious. Don't pay attention. Pay attention, but don't get too focused or hung up on what I'm saying here, because listen, here's the reality. There are many people that understand what I'm saying. Many people that understand it's not just black and white here. It never has been. It never will be. I've had some bad takes. Yes. I've had some things that I've walked back. I'm a human being. I embrace that. I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm here to just talk to you guys and try to be real and hopefully talk more and more and more and get to some conclusions. Truthfully, that's what this is about, man. So, about gaming too. And RU46 N2 Ray says, you know what? I'm going to keep it going. I'm going to keep the membership train going. I'm going to drop a membership gift as well. Boom. Brings us up to 45 members on the day. And then we have that Norman Viking. We have some new gifters here, or some people who gift occasionally coming out. That Norman Viking says, I'm going to drop 5 membership gifts as well to hit the goal. 50 members on the day. W's in the chat.
Holy shit.
That is a massive goal that we hit today, and I cannot thank you guys enough. I'm actually going to update the member goal for us. Huge numbers, guys. Thank you for the continued support. We have 50 people today that have now become members. So keep in mind, if you are a newly gifted member, you now have access to all of the members exclusive content that I've released, and you will continue to have access to all future member exclusive content as long as you remain a member. But love to see that strong membership train. Appreciate that, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate
Love to see the support. Saying, we love you, MBG. No, that's the thing, man. I don't mean to get overly negative. And I know my biggest flaw, no doubt, is I fixate too much on the things that people say that don't matter. I understand that. And that I'm working on that. It's just with this topic in particular, it's hard not to think about that. But I stand by everything I've said in this stream. Absolutely. I've really been, I put thought into what I wanted to say today. And I think I properly communicated the message that I was trying to send. And if you think about it, don't overthink it, but if you just want to simplify it, if you think about what I said and you want to simplify it, all I'm simply telling people is to just listen. I'm not saying don't be an Xbox fan. I'm not saying, we have to get the pitchforks out for Phil Spencer or anything. It's really not all that. All I'm trying to say is that you need to just remain aware, or become aware if you haven't already, that this is a business. These are corporations. Emails like this are all over the place that we'll never see. I do not doubt for a second that Jim Ryan has had conversations probably similar to this with other executives. But it is Microsoft's unfortunate reality today that this stuff leaked out. And when stuff like this leaks out, just like we saw with some of the things that Jim Ryan said that we weren't supposed to hear about, just like we heard, when things like this come out, there's a reason why they're not supposed to come out in the public domain, and there's a reason why they get condemned and they get a lot of negativity thrown their way, because it's not good. It's not good. These companies are not our friends. And I know, I get it. We're a PlayStation channel here. There are going to be some people that are like, Are you sure about that, MBG? You know, like, you guys are PlayStation fanboys. Don't you think Sony's your best friend? No. Sony is a multi-billion-dollar corporation as well. And we're not, we all know, we all understand here, at least I assume we all do. Sony's goal is to get money from us. But there's a balance. There's a way to do it. I'm the first one, man. I'm the first one to tell anybody, if you are unhappy with PlayStation Plus, unsubscribe. Send the message. I'm the first one to tell people, if you don't like what Insomniac's doing in Spider-Man 2, do not buy that game. But then I followed it up by saying, I know why I'm staying subscribed to PlayStation Plus. And it's because I play multiplayer and I have no choice. And I hate Sony for that. Well, I don't hate them, but I condemn them for that. I'm not happy about that. And that should change. But at the same time, I'm super excited for Spider-Man 2. You know, I'm pretty confident in PlayStation Studios. So I guess in an effort to see the other side of the coin, I suspect that there are many loyal Xbox fans right now that are seeing this stuff coming out today. And I understand. Believe me, I understand from a fan's perspective. And believe it or not, this is where, look, I'm not trying to get all, you know, let's all gather around in a circle and sing Kumbaya. Look, I'm just painting a reality. This is where, believe it or not, all those people that give me flack or they get flack, the opposing sides, this is where we have that common ground, man, where we're just fans. We're enthusiasts. We really feel a certain passion for these things. And I get it, man. I know what it's like. As a fan, you want to be excited about something, and instead you're waking up to, man, everybody's just dumping on this thing that I'm a fan of, and it sucks. And maybe I don't even agree with it fully. Right? Or I'm not all the way on the other end of the spectrum here where it's like, yeah, I hate them now. That's tough, man. I get it. But then I tell you guys the other day? The pendulum swings back and forth. Back and forth. And that's all this is. But it doesn't mean things don't change. They definitely change. On IP Gaming. Let's get some W's in the chat for IP Gaming. He comes out and he says, you know what? I also want to pay it forward. Let's drop a membership gift today. Thank you for that, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for keeping the membership train going. That brings us up to 51 members on the day. You guys are awesome. I really cannot thank you enough. Space D says, I hate that everyone I hate that Xbox wants to buy everyone. But hey, I'm just a humble player that just wants to play games. There's nothing I can do rather than just play games they bring to me. And see, that's another thing I want to speak to really quickly, because, you know, things get pretty intense here sometimes because we really get in the weeds, right? Sometimes we even get in the mud. But I get that. And that's another reality we have to acknowledge. And I've spoken to you guys extensively recently, and I'm going to get to the rest of these super chats. I just want to make sure I get all my thoughts out first. Anybody who's been tuning into my streams for the past week and a half or so, I've been speaking extensively to you guys about, for example, the PS Plus thing. Remember when I said to you guys that, yeah, this really, really sucks. And I wish Sony wasn't doing this, and I wish that they would change their mind or offer a lesser version for people who just want multiplayer, or just make multiplayer free, whatever. I wish all these things. And there's a lot of like, man, we gotta send them the message. We all gotta unsubscribe. And I basically had to explain that, guys, I love the passion, I do. And I'm not trying to be a defeatist. I'm trying to be a realist in that this isn't going to impact Sony that badly. Like, they've already done the calculations, man. They wouldn't have made this decision if they weren't pretty damn sure that everything's going to be just fine. And I'm not saying that that's, you know, so therefore it is fine. I'm not saying that. But the unfortunate reality for us as consumers, and this is why a lot of people decide to just be more casual about it, because who wants to get all stressed out over this stuff constantly? Corporations and their decisions, their business decisions. It's not fun a lot of the times, right? But that's why a lot of people choose to become more casual in their approach to it, because it simplifies it and you just don't have to care. You can just shrug and walk away and be like, whatever, that sucks. And then you walk away. I get that. But for people who are a little bit more passionate or want to be a little bit more involved, the unfortunate reality is if you are a fan, right? Like I'm a big fan of PlayStation, and there are many people on the other side that are big fans of Xbox and Microsoft and Xbox Game Studios and whatnot. If you're an enthusiast, or what many are called fanboys, whatever it might be, you have no choice but to accept that the company you're choosing, not even I don't want to say the company, because it's not like you're a fan of the company, the brand that you are choosing to be a fan of. There's a price to be paid for everything. And in this case, you're going to have to expect that they're going to do things that are not going to be great for you. They're going to do things that might even piss you off at times, piss other people off. They're going to be things that they do that you're totally fine with, that almost everybody else seems to have a problem with. They're going to be things that they do that almost everybody seems to have they're perfectly fine with, but you have a problem with it. And that's the nature of being a fan of these things. I see people, people are saying like heads are going to roll at Microsoft and Phil Spencer's going to get fired. No, he's not. No, because dude, most people are completely unaware of this. Most people are completely unaware of any of this right now. And maybe at the very most, they just see a headline that says next gen Xbox 2028, or, Microsoft wanted to buy Nintendo. And, most people are not even going to click the article. They're not going to get the details. They're certainly not going to read this email. They're just going to walk away saying, oh, I'm not surprised. We heard that before. Didn't Microsoft try to buy Nintendo before? Yeah, they did. And that's the more, I'm speaking to the more casual side. So, yeah, I guess I'm just kind of going on this long-winded, I don't even think it's a tangent, but just explanation here, because I think it's important to keep this stuff in mind. I'm hosting a stream here where on my channel where we're a fan base. We're fans of PlayStation, and there are some Xbox fans here, and there are people on the other side of the coin that do the exact same thing. And I'm just tired of the whole we're right, you're effing wrong. And I got so intense earlier and got really serious about trying to convey this message, because I don't want Xbox fans to come out and be like, you know what? F Xbox, bro. I'm done. Right? Because I've been there. I know what that's like. That sucks. You got to be pushed pretty far, especially if you're an actual fan. You got to be pushed pretty far to get to that point. I'm not trying to do that. And I'm also not trying to argue with them either and just get, start throwing metaphorical punches and whatnot. No, it's not that serious. I just want the narrative to be more balanced, because it should be. That's all this comes down to. I don't want the narrative to be, wow, Microsoft is literally going to blow up the gaming industry and destroy everything, because it is a possibility, considering how rich they are, that if they were allowed to get away with enough things, that could happen. But that's not where we are. We have evidence that that's where they could go if they were allowed to go there. But, let's be honest here. For as damning as this email is, do we really think Microsoft's ever going to get their hands on Nintendo? Do we ever think they're going to get their hands on Valve? I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, very, 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 very slim chance that will ever happen. So I don't want to say that Microsoft is going to kill the gaming industry, because I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't know if Microsoft's going to kill the gaming industry any more than I know if Jim Ryan's going to kill the PlayStation brand with live service games. I do not know. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know. But what I do know is that the narrative needs to be more balanced. It's okay to call out Microsoft on something like this and maybe take a step back. If you're somebody who has been cheering on the Activision Blizzard, cheering on all the acquisitions, even if it's from a consumer standpoint, it's okay to take a step back and now ask yourself, maybe there is a darker side to this. Maybe. Just consider it. Again, it's all about the perspective. Just try to see a different perspective. Not saying you have to wake up every day and say, well, you know what? That's all I see now. That's all Microsoft is to me. I'm not saying that, but that's where it starts. Just be open-minded. And the same thing with PlayStation. I'm tired of seeing like Xbox or PlayStation. I almost said Xbox. PlayStation has no games now. Jim Ryan's killing PlayStation. This is just this hyperbole where it's like both of those things are completely false. What you mean to say is Sony may not have any games in the future, in 2024 and 2025. So Jim Ryan might kill the PlayStation brand later on this generation. That's what you mean. And you're predicting the future, but you're speaking about it as if it is a fact. We do not know. And these conversations are getting ridiculous. They're getting out of hand because everybody just continues to talk about like they know. And I will admit, I put out a tweet today. I'm not saying I necessarily regret it, but I wish I would have worded it differently. I said in my tweet, I was like, look, Microsoft wants to buy Nintendo and Valve. They think that the gaming industry would be a better place if they purchased Nintendo and Valve. I said, what does that sound like to you? I can't imagine cheering that on. Maybe I could have worded it a little bit better. But the point I'm trying to get across with that is there are some things you shouldn't be cheering on because you're on very thin ice. I know. I'm not saying I said anything wrong. That's why I'm not deleting that tweet because it's not wrong. It's just I'm saying I think the way I worded it, being a little bit vague about it, it's going to attract certain kinds of replies. But the point I'm trying to get across there is it's very thin ice. You don't know what you're cheering on. In the same way that I'm not going to blindly cheer on Sony's live service games and their live service approach, I want people to not cheer on Microsoft's major acquisitions because they are both on thin ice. We do not know if it's going to fall through. Because if it does, do you know who's going to be in that water? Us, not them, us. And that's the whole point, man. That's the whole point. I'll be optimistic about Sony's live service. I wish them the best. I don't want to see them screw up, and maybe it'll be great. Same thing with Xbox. Xbox fans are going to wish Microsoft the best. Maybe all these fear-mongering people, they're wrong, and it's just going to work out really well, and Microsoft doesn't actually want to do bad things to the gaming industry. Sure, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with optimism. But you can't have blind optimism with zero skepticism. Because then you're gonna fall through that ice every time. You're gonna fall through that ice every time. And it's not gonna be pleasant. So that's it. Let me read some of these super chats. I appreciate you guys hearing me out. I do. I think this is a great conversation. I'm enjoying the stream, man. Good stuff today. Good stuff. Let me take a sip here and get to these. Saying got a lot more documents to go through. You know what? Really quick, I'm trying to find more of the. Can anybody tell me where? Because I keep seeing more come out, dude. I can't even keep up. Is there a place where all of these documents are compiled together? Because I just went to the Gaming Leaks and subreddit right now. Check this out. FTC leak. List of possible Game Pass day and date releases with projected costs. That just came out. I didn't even know that was a thing. If anybody can recommend, give me VGC, you think? That's what you're saying, you think? I tried to compile as many as I could. Microsoft. Why? What is wrong with me? What is happening? I can't speak clearly anymore. Microsoft was reportedly responsible for this week's giant Xbox leak. Uh-oh. I wonder if this is going to escalate a lot. You know what happened, right? You know Sony sent a secret agent. Secret agent, Jesus. That sounds so cringe. They got an inside man. They got him hired. Rose in the ranks, waited for this day. And then when they got the word, all right, this is what you've been trained for. Leak it all. Leak it all. It sounds wild, but it was Hassan Karaman. Damn, the long con. Yeah, dude. All right. Let me read some of these super chats. I apologize keeping you guys waiting. Zenzo76, you're saying funny that a fan made Oblivion remaster set for 25. Really? I didn't know that. That is pretty funny. It would be pretty funny if they end up clashing. Actually, it'd be kind of sad now I'm thinking about it. Pig Roach, you're saying, so the board wanted to buy Nintendo. Yeah. That's the whole thing, man. While we were reading this Phil Spencer email, he kept referring to the board of directors, and something that was made pretty clear. And again, this was in 2020. I don't think anything's changed. The board of directors gave Phil Spencer the green light. By whoever says they are willing, you start that conversation. You start those negotiations. And I think that was kind of obvious, but it's just kind of interesting to get that explicit confirmation from the source itself, you know? By the way, guys, really quickly, we have still over 700 people here hanging out. Please take a second of your time, hit that like button. The reason why I'm asking is because we're so close to 500 likes, man. We are at 471. You guys can easily blow right past 500. It helps with the streams. If you enjoy the streams, that's what I'm going to start telling you guys. If you enjoy them, the easiest way to let me know, hit that like button, okay? Omen86, you're saying the Japanese government would block a Nintendo buyout / merger like that Chinese guy who stood in front of the tanks at Tiananmen Square. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Not happening. I do know what you're referencing, though, and see, that's the thing. I'm not familiar enough with like the Japanese government and what they would be likely to do in a scenario like that. I don't know. Maybe you're correct. Maybe they would try to interfere. I'm sure they wouldn't be happy about it. I'll tell you that. I think that much is obvious. They wouldn't be happy about it. That's a crazy comparison, though, Omen. Miles, you're saying it's own nothing and be happy. No discs, no choice. Exactly. Like I said, I have purchased digital games digitally myself as well. You know, it's not like it's a thing I've never done or never will do again. But it is that I just don't like that idea of you will own nothing. I don't like that. I mean, I'm not saying we take it with us when we're gone. But, you know, there's a lot you can do with it. You can sell it. You can let people borrow it. You can pass it down to your family. There's a lot you can do with, you know, physical stuff you own. Oh, excuse me. Sounds like an NFT. Jakesus 215. Super chatting me. Okay, what are these called again? They're super stickers. I think somebody super chatted a bunch of super stickers. Namco 888. I just want to give you a thank you because you basically gave like 5 super stickers, And Jake says 215, you did as well. So thank you for that, guys. I appreciate it. Mr. Bills, you're saying this is literally proof that Microsoft doesn't actually care about the gaming industry, only themselves. Xbox fanboys are still defending them, by the way. You know what's tough about that, Mr. Bills? You know what's tough about that notion or just that statement? It immediately will cause an argument because no, Microsoft does care about the gaming industry, dude. Well, if Microsoft doesn't care about the gaming industry, then Sony doesn't care about the gaming industry either. And you know what the hard truth is? I call it the hard truth because it's difficult for people to come to this conclusion because we have a tendency to want to just see things in black and white because it's easier. It's just easier. It's not always good. In fact, a lot of times it's not good. But here's the hard truth, man. That fucking gnat went in my mouth. That's the hard truth. I knew it. I fucking knew that was going to happen. Yeah. Okay. That protein. God, it got me, man. It got me. I knew it was going to happen. At least it's gone now. Oh, that tasted not great. Not great. Not the worst thing I've tasted, actually, but not great. Holy shit. That was just a matter of time. Yeah, bug snacks. There you go. All right. Mr. Bill, as I'm getting ready to say something very, very serious, you know, I think I'm going to have to open my window, man. It's getting really hot in here. Now, I'll leave it. Sorry. What I was trying to say, Mr. Bills, is that the reality is there are people who work for Microsoft, who work for Sony in all different positions, some high up, some low down, that do very much care about the gaming industry. But there are also a lot of people in these companies. It's not that they don't care about the gaming industry, because I feel like if you are part of the gaming industry, you have to care about it to some extent, but they don't care about it in the same way that we do and that developers do, or that people who are passionate. To them, it's just a means to an end. And I'm not necessarily saying there's anything wrong with that. I am not the type of person that believes that you can only be part of this industry if you have the utmost passion for it. No, I think it's unrealistic and unreasonable. But I do think that a problem arises when people in higher positions seemingly don't care at all. And I'm not saying that's Phil Spencer. I'm not saying that's Jim Ryan. I actually do think that both Jim Ryan and Phil, to certain extents, and I think they're different in this way, do care about the industry. But there are definitely certain people within Sony and certain people within Microsoft that, I mean, honestly, it's like when you see Brad Smith getting involved, I don't think Brad Smith gives a single shit about the video game industry. And I'm talking about the president of Microsoft. I don't think he does. And when Phil Spencer had to convince Satya Nadella, the CEO, Brad Smith, Amy Hood, the CFO, when he had to convince these people, he had to do so knowing like these guys don't care or understand the deeper layer to the gaming industry. So I'll give Phil that. Like, I think that's obvious that Phil does understand. I think he was a game developer, or if he wasn't a game developer, he worked at like Xbox publishing and whatnot as he moved his way up the ranks. Like, he knows the gaming industry. And that's why I don't want to paint him in a corner where it's like this email is all Phil is. Right now it is, but we know that. He understands aspects of the gaming industry, and he does play games, which is definitely a plus, right? But that's the thing. When somebody like Phil Spencer, who is creating a career at Microsoft and working his way up the ladder, when it's his job I have to now convince multiple older executives that, that just don't understand this industry at all. I have to convince them that you're going to want to keep it around. You're going to want to actually dump more money into it You're going to want to care. How do you convince them to care? There's only one way, man. There's only one way. The promise of the big bucks. I mean, the big bucks. And we're not talking like billions. Maybe at first billions, but eventually down the line, who knows what could happen? Hundreds of billions of dollars, right? That's how you do it. And that, when Microsoft gets the dollar signs in their eyes, they know how to play the long game. They do. And the long game is, all right, who we buying first? Yeah, that gnat's still around, dude. So maybe that wasn't a gnat. I think it was. Unless there's multiple gnats. That could be a possibility. There's multiple gnats. You're saying corporate greed? It is corporate greed. And corporate greed is kind of inherent to any big business because it's how it got big in the first place. A big business doesn't become a big business by not caring about money. They become a big business by caring a lot about money. But as I've always said, there is a balance. And in my opinion, a balance that is needed in this industry. And I would say this for any industry, frankly. The balance that's needed is it's fine if you want to have a person who doesn't understand the industry as deeply, but is very good at their job. By that, I mean they're good at running a big business and making big decisions. They're just proven they're very good at that. They're good with money. They're good with numbers. Fine. You need to have the right people in place around them that do understand. And that's how you find that balance. Because the person that's all about the numbers, all about the bottom lines, all about the profits, they're going to be out of touch no matter what with the bottom rung. And the bottom rung in this case is just the core consumer, the person who's there, or maybe even the developers to a degree. So you have to have the right people in place to inform them. And I do worry sometimes with Microsoft that I look at the people that are there, Aaron Greenberg, Sarah Bond, Matt Booty. They're very vocal. I just feel like sometimes the culture over there has kind of turned into very much just like, this is Phil Spencer's vision and we're down for the cause. And there is no pushback. They're yes men and women, basically. I do fear that that's what this has turned into, because if you think about it, it's like it is just boiled down to like the conversation surrounding Microsoft has boiled down to just who are they going to buy next, or how much money are they going to make, or at the very least, from a consumer level, how many more games am I going to get in the Game Pass? And that's fine. I get that. How many more games are you going to get in Game Pass? But I don't know. I guess I'm just the type of person where I always believe there's more than meets the eye. I am somebody who overthinks things. I will admit that about myself, and it works against me. Sometimes it's better to just keep it simple, stupid. Honestly, like I feel like I would benefit greatly from that in my life. So I do have a tendency to overthink things. I'm sure you guys are aware of that, but I just can't help it sometimes, When something seems a little too good on the surface, I'm naturally going to ask myself, what's the catch? What's not being shown right now? And when it comes to the whole acquisition spree that Microsoft went on, to me, this email is exactly that. This is the catch. This is the real plan, the long-term play. Josh, you're saying church is in session. Pasta PlayStation preaching. Dude, one day, this isn't actually going to happen, but it would just be the funniest shit if just one day I'm in the middle of this intense rant about PlayStation and the gaming industry, and just in the middle of that rant, as I'm ranting, I'm just pulling out a big ass bowl of PlayStation pasta and I start eating it mid-rant while I'm ranting. That would be legendary. But I just don't think I could make that happen, guys. But at least you have that visual. You can imagine that happening, right? Jay, you're saying, do you look at the flaws of PlayStation at all? I absolutely do. And I try my best. I really do. Like, for example, I got this comment in, I think it was my last stream. I got some interesting comments. And one of the comments I got was somebody essentially, again, like Jim Ryan. Like Jim Ryan's got to go. Ever since he took over, he's been ruining PlayStation. And just basically this tangent about Jim Ryan. So rather than, kind of like spark some kind of debate, because it was pretty clear like this person made up their mind. I don't think there's anything I could say about Jim Ryan to make them feel better about him. So I figured, okay, well, because I didn't fully agree with them, frankly, I didn't. I said, listen, people like Sean Layden and Andrew House, and that's who they referenced. They were like, we need to bring, and that's the thing that always gets me is you see people are like, we got to bring back Sean Layden. We got to bring back Andrew House. Like, you guys got to move on, man. They're never coming back. They moved on. Jack Tretton, they're gone, dude. And I said to this person, I was like, listen, these executives that seemed much more personable and you like so much, Jack Tretton, Andrew House, Sean Layden, all them, they had their time in the sun. They did. And they did great. But their time's up. Now it's Jim Ryan's time in the sun. And the thing that I said is, the good news is, if you don't like Jim Ryan as, the head of PlayStation, the good news is he's not going to be the head of PlayStation forever. He's not. Doesn't matter how good of a job he does or how bad of a job he does. He's not going to be there forever. Somebody's going to take his place. It could have happened at the end of this generation. What the hell was that? Sorry. I thought I got very confused because I heard what sounded like my cat biting down on something, like a wire. Like a kind of plasticky sound. But he's right here. So I don't know what the hell that was. I wonder if my lights are starting to come off the wall. I'll know if one of them just falls down. I'll know. It's the gnat. The gnat's chewing the wires now. But sorry. It's just that time of the stream, It's that time of the stream. I guess I'm just trying to say that for as bad as some people think Jim Ryan is, I'm not trying to, defend him or anything, because I feel like it's up to you to decide if you think he's doing a good job or not. And a lot of people have made up their minds. He's not going to be there forever. He's not going to be, God damn it, the head of PlayStation forever. And eventually somebody's going to take his place. And you know what I was kind of laughing about? You know what I could see happening to the dismay of these people? Somebody takes Jim Ryan's place, and this person who takes his place is way worse than Jim Ryan ever was. And then I'm seeing comments like 6 or 7 years from now, assuming that we're still here 6 or 7 years from now, chatting and making videos and streams and stuff. People saying like, "Oh my God, I miss Jim Ryan. Please bring Jim Ryan back." I hope that would be the worst, wouldn't it? Because I do want to remind people that it could be worse. I get it. And I'm not usually one to bring that, that mindset out, but it is true, dude. Like, we could get somebody like a young person who doesn't know what they're doing potentially. And, the worst thing, I know people think that live service games are the worst thing that could happen to PlayStation. The worst thing that could happen to PlayStation is, well, I mean, it kind of already happened with the beginning of the PS3, where they just explode. Like, they implode. I mean, they implode on themselves, and they just lose money so rapidly, to a degree in which it's like, oh my God, this is about to come to an end. Like, this is truly sink or swim. That's the worst thing that could happen. And you could make the argument that we would get the best version of Sony if that happened again. And maybe that's true, but there's also the argument to be made that, or they could just sink, because that's a very, very risky, difficult thing to do. You know how, diamonds are made under pressure. We all know that saying, and I think that's Sony went through that. And that's why I don't think under Jim Ryan's rule of PlayStation, I don't think it's ever going to get that bad. It could get worse, certainly, but I don't think it'll ever get to a point where it's like, breaking news, Jim Ryan cancels Ghost of Tsushima 2 midway in development in order to make Sucker Punch focus on a live service game. I don't think it's going to be, because that could happen. It would be very dumb, but yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Or breaking news. All of Sony's live. This could happen actually, but I don't think it's likely. And my God, if it does turn out to be true, people are going to be like, "Oh my, EBG's a prophet. He's a PlayStation prophet." Breaking news: every live service game is going to have NFT integration or something like that. You know, this is where I'm saying, like, these things do exist. They are happening now. And, God, what is going on? I think I'm breathing in a bunch of fucking cat hairs here. They do exist. They're happening now. And PlayStation could jump in on that. Jim Ryan could just say, hey, this is what people are doing now, right? So, I don't know. We will see. We will see. Lore Cannon, you're saying, so what's the intent of every company? Everyone wants to dominate. If they had the money, they would. What do you think Sony and Nintendo says behind closed doors? No, you're absolutely correct, Lore Cannon. And I'm not, but Lore Cannon, this is the thing I'm trying to communicate here. All right. I'll reiterate it one more time. This is not a conversation of Microsoft does this thing and Sony and Nintendo do not. No, all three do the thing that we're describing. The intent is we want to dominate. If we could create a monopoly and get away with it, we absolutely would. We don't want any competition. Yeah, they all want that. They all want to be number one and dominate. No doubt. The difference is, though, let me ask you, does Nintendo, I think out of all three companies, Nintendo makes it clear they don't give a fuck what you think. For better or for worse, I think Nintendo makes it almost aggressively clear. Like, we don't care. We'll just ignore you. Like, you're going to buy our shit, and that's that. Got it? Good. And everyone's like, yeah, well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know? And I feel like that's it. I'm not saying it's pretty clear cut. So I guess I'm trying to say, like, Nintendo doesn't bullshit you. They just are like, this is it. This is what we do. Please buy our stuff and enjoy. I feel like Sony is kind of like, sometimes they're in the middle, but they lean more towards that. I feel like at the beginning of this generation, Sony tried to walk that line of being like, how can we grow our business and be as profitable as possible, but still come off as the nice guys? And I think it backfired to a degree where it's like, Sony said a lot of things that we wanted to hear, but then we kind of found out over time that, like, well, you know, it's like, remember when they first started talking about PC, bringing games to PC, and they really made it sound like, oh yeah, don't, it's hardly ever going to be a thing. Don't worry about it. And then, like, the next year, it's like, oh, by the way, here's a bunch of other games. And then people are like, bro, like, what are you doing? That's not what you said. You know, same thing with, like, we believe in generations. I know what Jim meant when he said that, but, you know, games like Horizon and the whole debacle with, it just seems like Sony wanted to try to say the things to get the fans excited, but they kind of realized that in order to do that, it means it kind of goes against what they're trying to achieve with their business. And what Sony's trying to achieve with their business is, we want to be as profitable as possible. And I get it. Some people are like, well, so they're trying to nickel and dime people? Well, yeah. But it doesn't have to be a bad thing or as bad as it sounds. It really just comes down to the messaging. For example, like the PlayStation earbuds, the PlayStation Portal, these things, especially the Portal, like, they've gotten a lot of flack and a lot of people being like, what the hell? But the message is clear. We made these things. We don't really care if you asked for them. If you're interested, please give us your money and buy it and enjoy it. And that's it. They're not like overselling it. You know, that you got to give Sony one thing, some credit with this PlayStation Portal. They're definitely not trying to oversell it. And that to me is fine. Like, that's how it should. Same with the PS5 Pro. And I'm really curious to see how they handle the Pro, because it's like, that's an opportunity for them. They could try to oversell the Pro. And when I say oversell, I'm talking about, like, really, like, let's just go all in. And even Spider-Man 2 right now. You know? Oh, Are they overselling? Is Insomniac overselling this game? I don't think so. I've listened to everything they said. They didn't say anything hyperbolic about this game. I'm telling you, I think they've buttoned up, man. Like, I was listening to I didn't read every interview, so I could be wrong. Maybe there's an excerpt out there. But listening to the interviews and reading a lot of what's being said, I didn't come across any like kind of the most I've seen, I think it was like IGN. We watched the video where they're like how Insomniac is pushing the PS5's PS5 power or whatever. And like, that's not hyperbole, because when you listen to what they're telling you, they're like, yeah, we actually managed to keep ray tracing on the entire time at a higher fidelity, 60 FPS. Like, yeah, that's not an exaggeration. That's actually really good. That's very cool. Like, I think that's okay, because that lines up. There's no overselling here. And I do get this sense that Sony, I don't want to say that they oversold things in the past, but it's just that they said things a certain way, and then they ended up making business decisions that made what they said look like just straight up either a lie or like, oh, the plan changed. You know what I mean? And I feel like that's where Sony's kind of I think they've buttoned up in that sense, where they're like, you know what, let's just talk less. Less interviews. And Pig Roach is keeping the membership train going strong today. Thank you so much for that, my friend. Pig Roach drops another membership gift and brings us up to 52 members. So we are still climbing today, guys.
Appreciate it.
We still have the membership train going. Thank you for that, man. Josh, you are saying here PlayStation had to claw their way to the top by doing what? Nutting up and making us great games. PlayStation players won. Xbox is going to claw their way back by monopolizing. You know, it's interesting because when a lot of people don't like that conversation. They don't like when people say that about Sony, because they always bring up like, what is the studio, Psygnosis or something, and they talk about what Sony did to Sega back in the day. And look, this is where I'm going to be real. Okay. I would have to do a little bit more research. Like, I'm somewhat familiar with what went on, but I'm not like an expert on it. You know, I was a young kid at that time. I would have to actively go back and look and research the history aggressively to like actually fully get the picture. But I will say this. I do not doubt that Sony has made some cutthroat business decisions. I do, because just look at how savage they were with the PS4, man. Sony are savage. They're not nice guys, but they also don't pretend to be nice guys. Like, they are savage, and they make that clear. However, this idea, what you're describing, I believe there is truth to this, because think about this. Sean Layden recently just said in an interview that with the PlayStation 1, they felt like they had to lean incredibly, like almost fully into third party, because they didn't know. He even said it this way. He said they didn't know how to do the first party stuff. So it's clear that, like, yeah, Sony, as we talked about, was not endemic, and they had to make some of these plays too. They had to do some of this. But the important thing to understand is that the gaming industry was much, much smaller then. And I'm not saying that like justifies it entirely, but it is important to understand that there is a difference. It was smaller back then, and it's not to say that it had any less of an impact on like Sega and whatnot, but come on, we can't sit here and pretend that Sega didn't also make their bed to a degree. It's not like Sony literally chopped their head off and said, see ya. I mean, maybe, but my assumption is that, and for people, yeah, I mean, the assumption is that they made some pretty critical mistakes as well during some pretty important moments. And the feeling I get from it, the feeling I get from it is that Sony does what they do best. And it's that there was basically a company that was making some poor decisions, and Sony was just like, you know, if we do this thing, it's probably going to push it over the edge and potentially kill these guys. But, you know, we're just going to do it. So it's not like Sony is solely responsible, but it's just they were kind of the final nail in the coffin, so to speak. And I feel like Sony almost did that again. And that's why I'm pointing to the way Sony behaved during the the PS4 generation. Like they almost did that exact same thing again to Microsoft, where it's like, we've been here before. Like we are not responsible for the massive lethal wound that has been afflicted to Microsoft. Microsoft did that themselves. We're just about to come over and just, finish off the job here. Finish what they started, essentially. And I feel like that speaks to Sony's absolute cutthroat nature, where it's not that they're innocent, but, and this is a big but, that's not all Sony is. It's not. Like, that is not all Sony has done in this industry. Sony has learned what it means to create first-party studios or to buy smaller, studios that are not necessarily big and again, diamonds in the rough, and grow. And that's why when I talk to you guys about what is it that I respect about PlayStation more than anything, I don't respect PlayStation for being savage. I don't have a problem with it sometimes because it's like, it depends on what they're doing. I don't care if Sony wants to get aggressive in some ways. That's fine. Their business, it's competition. They're going to do that. The thing that I care about with PlayStation are their studios that produce their games for their console. That is the number one. When people ask, people always say, well, so I guess Sony can do no wrong for you. No, it's not that. Well, how come when Sony does this or that, you don't walk away? Because, dude, I'm not happy about everything, but look at their studios. Look at the games they're producing. People always ask me, MBG, what would it take for you to walk away from Sony? That's what it would take. That right there. You failed to produce games that appeal to me, that I think look phenomenal and are high quality, that get me excited, that I want to play and end up being some of my favorite games ever. The day that goes away, I'm gone too. And I think that that's how almost everybody here feels. What would PlayStation be this generation? What would the PS5 be without Horizon Forbidden West, without Spider-Man 2, without God of War Ragnarok, without Returnal, without Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, without Demon's Souls, without Spider-Man Miles Morales, without GT7? What would this generation be so far? It would be nothing. It would be nothing. What would PS5 sales be? What would we have talked about? What would we have played? All we would have played is third-party games. That's the point, man. So, Josh, to speak to what you're saying, Sony clawing their way up, they did have to. They got a nice slice of humble pie at the beginning of the PS3 generation where they were humbled and they realized we got to rally the troops here, got to rally the gamers and the developers. We got to just make great games, man. That's the only way through. Make great games. Reevaluate your first party. Quadruple down on your first party. Quadruple down on your fan base. Quadruple down on your console. That's the path forward. And Sony proved. I mean, they went from being absolutely dominated by Microsoft with the Xbox 360 to, by the time we got to the end of the generation, I think they even actually outsold the 360, not by a lot. I think they're both neck and neck. But there you go. Like, it's just the proof. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. And so I get what you're saying. You're talking about Microsoft and how, they're basically looking to try to monopolize. Look, man, there's one thing I've learned is there are a group of people out there that do not like when you use the word monopoly and Microsoft. I don't know why. I think it's absurd because this company has proven that they've tried to do this before. So I don't know why people get so upset about it, but I don't know how you could read this email from Microsoft, from Phil Spencer, and not see that as monopolization. I mean, I'm serious. I'm saying that seriously. Like, I don't know how that's not, if that's not monopolization, what is? Talking about buying, you're saying they're far from a monopoly. Right now they are, but again, that's why I'm telling you the intent. The intent is monopoly. And again, I'll state it once again. I'm not saying that like, and Sony would never dare do such a thing. Yes, they would. If Sony could, they would. If Sony could, they would. But this isn't about Sony in this particular instance. I'm not saying, well, Microsoft wants to monopolize. So that means Sony doing aggressive third-party exclusives is perfectly fine. Listen, guys, I've really thought about this. I have. What did I say when we found out Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a 3-month exclusive? We don't know if it's going to Xbox. What did I say? I'll remind people. You know what? I wouldn't really care if Final Fantasy just went multi-platform. Who cares? I'm kind of over it. I am. I'm kind of over this. I'm just at a point where, you know what? I think Sony would be perfectly fine with just their studios. I do. I think it would be perfectly fine. I think Sony has more than enough studios. I think that they have more than enough development teams. I don't know that their output would be amazing every year without having some third-party exclusives. Their output might suffer, and that's probably why those third-party exclusives won't go anywhere. But at the end of the day, when I think about just me and my interaction with PlayStation, I don't need a game. And Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is a perfect example of that, or the remake. People were convinced that the only reason I cared about that game was because it was rumored to be exclusive. I don't give a fuck, dude. I think it's good. Good that Xbox players will have access to it. The only thing I've ever said about it is that would be a big get for Sony, because it fucking would be. It would be a big get from Microsoft. It's a big game to have exclusive. But I've never once said that it needs to be, or it should be, or whatever. Or that, like, that's the only reason I'm interested. Not at all. Same thing with Silent Hill 2 Remake. Like, I'm honestly surprised that Sony went with Silent Hill 2 Remake exclusivity, because it's like, it's Blooper Team. And they're not proven. And you know they probably had to pay a pretty penny to get that exclusive. So I get maybe they're paying for the name Silent Hill 2, but I'm just saying, if we found out tomorrow Sony canceled that deal, Silent Hill 2 Remake is going to go to Xbox, who fucking cares? I'm serious, like, who cares, dude? I'm still going to play that game day one. And it's going to PC day one anyway. So, you know, I'm over this, the nonsense behind it. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with people who want to celebrate third-party exclusives. Like, I'll cover them here on the channel, right? Because, I mean, my job here with my news videos and when we talk about the news is to let you guys know, my subscribers, people who are like, I want to know what's going on PlayStation. You need to know about this game. Some of these games, anyway, that are going to be exclusive. And that does matter to people. But, it's just, if you want to get down to it, I would be totally fine if third-party exclusivity just fucked off entirely. Because that's the thing. If that's the argument people are going to make, where it's like, well, Microsoft is going on this spending spree as revenge. They were forced to. They were forced to do so by Sony and their third party. Then you know what, Sony, please stop fucking making third-party deals. Microsoft, you got your acquisitions. Let's just leave it alone now. Just focus on your studios and let the rest be multi-plat. That's it. What would be wrong with? There would be nothing wrong with that. There would be no downside to that. The only downside potentially are the third-party publishers, because they'll be like, well, fuck, we kind of like having that money, right? We like striking those deals, because when they strike those deals with Sony and Microsoft, they're getting money up front. And there's nothing better than money up front. Guaranteed money, less risk. But I have no problem with that. And I've celebrated third-party exclusives in the past, but so have Xbox fans. I think it's Nintendo fans, Xbox fans, everybody who's a fan probably at one point has been guilty of, when I say celebrating it, even if it's just like, wow, like that's a pretty big deal. It happens. But considering where this industry is headed now, where you don't really understand the value of independent, like big third-party independence until you start to see it go away. And then you begin to think, oh, shit. And you know what it reminds me of? Sorry to get a little off topic here. I'm about to take an abrupt left turn, but it is somewhat relevant. Somebody said earlier, they were like, why don't we just shake hands? They were referencing a tweet that I put out where I was saying, why don't Xbox fans and PlayStation fans just shake hands? And you know what? the mental illness out here, bro. Like, the amount of people, they're not people, they're Xbots. Like, they are the toxic Xbox fans. And there are toxic PlayStation fans, but the amount of people that took that and they said, they were basically like, look at this PlayStation fanboy now begging for peace now that Spider-Man 2 is getting ready to launch. So we'll just pretend that all that trash talk for PlayStation fans or toxic PlayStation fanboys put towards Starfield and all the shit talk and just trying to drag it down. We'll just pretend that never happened. Dude, it kills me. It fucking kills me. This is why I'm done, man. It kills me to see shit like that run rampant after I said we should all just basically shake hands. And I made the mistake of saying that because it's like, dude, I didn't talk shit on Starfield. The worst I've said about Starfield is I think it just doesn't look good visually. And it just looks a little boring to me. But it looks like a good game. I condemned people doing this shit. But I'm the one that takes the shots because I'm the one that I'm dumb enough to say something like that. That's why I realized these people, they don't want to fucking shake hands. They don't want to shake hands. And yes, there's a fake MBG in the chat. Be aware. It's okay. We'll monitor this fake MBG. Oh, he said, okay, there you go. He says I'm fake. There's a fake MBG in the chat. I'm not skilled enough to type that while simultaneously ranting like this, okay? That would be a hell of a skill. But that's what frustrates. Like, I get it. You guys are hurt. You're hurt. You're salty. I get it. You're hurt because of what some people did to your game that you were so hyped about. And look, man, no one's going to drag Spider-Man 2 down. That to me is the funniest thing about that take is they are arrogant enough and up their own ass enough that they think, oh, we're going to go ham on Spider-Man 2. No one cares. Like, I don't know if you know that or not. No one gives a fuck what you have to say about Spider-Man 2. That just like for most of these PlayStation guys doing it, no one gave a fuck what they had to say either. Because people are out here enjoying their games. I said that in a genuine effort to just get people, look, come on, man. Like, this shit is getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. So fine. How about this? The next best thing. Take your shots at Spider-Man 2. All right? If that's what you got to do, you got to get your revenge. They said this about Starfield. They posted that picture. They made that clip. Fine. Get your revenge. But after Spider-Man 2, let's just call it even. And starting next year, we'll just start fresh. Does that sound so bad? So we could just shake hands and agree, you know what? It doesn't have to be all that. It doesn't. And if they don't want to, they don't have to. A lot of people are not going to. I saw people responding like, dude, that's never going to happen. I'm like, I know it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. But hey, what's wrong with trying to hope? Have a little bit of hope. Have a little bit of faith. You know? Uh-oh, he says, maybe I'm the real MBG and he's a clone. Uh-oh. Something weird's going on right now. You're saying it's not fun like that. Well, I mean, I get it. Like I said, I like to play in the mud a little bit. I don't mind having a little bit of fun, but I do think that, I don't know. I do think that people take it too far sometimes. I do. There is no negotiating. All right, Pradinsky, you're saying with all this coming out, I think a lot of PlayStation fans need to appreciate Jim Ryan more. Yeah, he's not perfect, but he gives it to us straight rather than a bunch of lip service and hiding the truth. Yeah, I think a lot of people would disagree with you with that, Pradinsky, mainly because a lot of people do believe that Jim Ryan is a liar. And you know what it makes me think of? Like, I agree with you to the extent that I think people should at least appreciate at the very bare minimum. Like, I'm not saying you have to like Jim Ryan or say he's doing a great job, but at least just appreciate that things didn't immediately go to shit. Unless you think they did. And if you think they did, I'm not going to argue. Like, if you think the PS5 is not a good console and this generation is bland and not enough games, too many sequels, I'm not going to argue with you. Like, those are all valid points. It's just, I think it's obvious that what I think is good and what I'm enjoying is just maybe very different from what you would enjoy or what you would think is good. And that's fine. We can agree to disagree. But I do think at the very least, we should at least acknowledge that, you know, we got games consistently. You know, we're still getting some great games. Like, we're about to get Spider-Man 2. And let's see. Like, I don't know. I'm of the mindset that 2024 is possibly the most critical year for Jim Ryan. I do. I really, really believe that. I feel like Jim has kind of been in the shadows a little bit. You know, he got crushed for saying like the PlayStation business would never recover. We talked all about that. But I do believe that 2024 is a very pivotal year for Jim Ryan's leadership, because this is going to be the first year where you have to assume the next showcase is going to have more single-player first-party games, right? But you also have to assume that the next showcase is going to have more live service games. And we're going to see, like, let's be real. We didn't see jack shit at the showcase this year. We didn't see jack shit. We don't know nothing about nothing, okay? The only thing we know is we're getting Spider-Man 2. That's what we know. That's what we got from that showcase. The next showcase, it's going to be very different because it has to be. We're going to see firsthand, like, this next showcase we're going to get is going to be Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst's showcase at the most critical point of the PlayStation 5's life cycle. I need to emphasize that. The most critical point of the PlayStation 5's life cycle. This is the equivalent of E3 2016 next year when they do another showcase. So let's see what you got. Let's see if you can hold a candle to the previous leadership, because now this is where the rubber's got to hit the road. But Pradinsky, I do agree to an extent that at the very least, people, I think, need to stop making it sound like Jim Ryan literally lit the PlayStation brand on fire. I mean, I think that's a bit dramatic. I don't think it's all that. Beezer 1138. You're saying breaking. Phil Spencer stated Microsoft may exit gaming if Game Pass subs off console don't increase by 2027. Check out the WCCF Tech article. Really? Wow, I'm very late to this. That is a doozy. Let me go check. Holy shit, you're not kidding. Let's read this. This is wow. I'm very surprised by this. Microsoft gaming CEO Phil Spencer made some remarkable statements on a potential exit from the gaming business. The quotes are extracted from an investigational hearing conducted as part of the Federal Trade Commission's investigation into Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. Document has been released today, revealing plenty of interesting information. Here, though, we'll focus on Spencer's remarks on the future of Microsoft's gaming business. FTC lawyer James Wengerton, I think that's how you say his name. I would get hung up on last names, man. Put the following internal Xbox Game Pass slide in front of Phil Spencer, asking him whether he agreed with the projection that shows the subscription service surpassing 100 million users. I knew it. I knew that's what they were aiming for. I don't know the exact year, but apparently 100 million subs. That's the key, man. Subscription service surpassing 100 million users between fiscal year 29 and fiscal year 30, largely due to an increase in the PC and cloud market. Cloud, again. So I'm looking at this. Guys, I got to show you this image. This is crazy. Dude, these I cannot believe these were made public. I cannot believe this. Look at this. Let me bring it up here. That's not the one. Hold on. I got to replace it. I got it right here. Look at this. And it's all zoomed in. Hold on. I got to readjust it. Hang with me, guys. Look at this, dude. the path to leadership in gaming. So as you can see here, these are the fiscal years at the bottom, and it goes all the way to Generation 10, which will start in around 2028. And yeah, between fiscal year 29 and 30, they expect to be between 100 million and 120 million Game Pass subscribers, dude. That is crazy. That is crazy. I think they're at like 30 million right now. So that is, I mean, well, here they say like 40 million. I feel like that's a little, didn't it leak out that they were at 30 million? So this is it, man. Cloud first gamers, smart TV, streaming stick apps, low end PCs, limited mobile only, PC first gamers, console first plus multi-device gamers. Look at this. That's wild. So I had to just show you guys this image because we don't see stuff like this normally. Like, this is their expectations, and it's not, I keep saying it's crazy. I just think, to me, what seems crazy about it is I don't imagine them getting to 100 million subs, dude. I mean, you're talking about getting to 100 million subs in the next 5 years. That's crazy. How would you do that? I know Call of Duty is going to be a very powerful motivator. Maybe that's it. Maybe they just believe that between Call of Duty and just constant output of games, that's what will happen. And I guess it is possible, but that seems, there we go. Like, we have a time frame. That is the time frame. By basically 2029. By 2029, 2030, that is what they expect. So let's simplify it. By 2030, Microsoft expects to have over 100 million Game Pass subscribers. Now we know. I've always been very interested to know that information, and there we have it. But let's continue with this article, because apparently Phil Spencer talks about a possible exit of the gaming industry. Phil Spencer said in no uncertain terms that Microsoft could exit the gaming business if this projection became reality. Wait, what? Surely that's not worded correctly. If this projection became reality? I think that meant to say didn't become a reality. All right, so it says Microsoft needs the light green and blue segments, PC and cloud, to get much larger, much faster by fiscal year 2027, or could opt out of the business altogether. So this is exactly what Phil Spencer said. This is a direct quote. I do not believe that this is what the future Xbox business would look like. This is a presentation from our devices organization to the gaming leadership team. So this is the view from the team that is chartered with building our hardware on what the future business would look like. Oh, okay, so maybe that was correct, saying that this is actually not their exact projection. He continues by saying, I can fairly safely say that if we do not make more progress than this off of console, we would exit the gaming business. If this were the outcome, I don't believe we'd still be in this business. A majority of our customers are found off of our own hardware. I would hope by earlier than 2030. So when you asked me if I agreed with this chart that the light green and blue, depending on what colors you see there, would have to be much larger, much earlier, I would say by fiscal year 26, 27, that we should be in that position, or we'd have to make a different decision with the business. Now, there's a reason to believe Spencer may have exaggerated a bit. Microsoft stressed throughout the whole FTC investigation and later in federal court that the acquisition of Activision Blizzard was critical to its plan to grow in mobile and cloud markets. Otherwise, it might as well exit the gaming business. So so I misunderstood that chart. First off, I wasn't aware that's not actually. So essentially, Phil Spencer is saying that chart is not enough, that it would have to be bigger. And when we just looked at that chart, what I'm taking away from that and what he's basically saying is that chart, the bulk of their subscribers are on console. And he seems to be making it clear that, the bulk of our subscribers are not going to be on console. Because, you have to assume he's basically saying because we're not going to sell that many consoles, right? Like, it's going to have to be, It's going to have to be more than that. So really interesting stuff, man. It seems that, I mean, to me, that I believe this 100. I do believe Phil Spencer 100% because I've tried to explain to people that when Microsoft makes an investment like this, like $68 billion, nearly $100 billion in total, when we're talking about all the acquisitions coming together, this is not something where, yes, they're playing the long game, but they do need to see results. They do. And the idea is, well, we have Bethesda, we have Starfield, we're going to have the Elder Scrolls, we're going to have Call of Duty, we're going to have all these Activision games, we're going to have all our own studios games. We better start seeing growth. Right? Like, I mean, I would expect that too. Like, you bought all of this. Yeah, I would expect to see substantial growth over the years after you acquired the stuff and put it day and date in the Game Pass. So, or day one in the Game Pass. So I do believe him. If it's like, yeah, if we're not higher up by that time, shit, like we're probably done here. And I think that does kind of reveal what Microsoft expects and what Phil Spencer expects. And I think it's obvious that they definitely expect that, yeah, that we're going to see massive growth between now and 2027 and 2028. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. This is why at this point, I'm very curious to know, and I don't think we're going to get this information. I would love to know, did Starfield move the needle? How much did Starfield move the needle in comparison to this chart? Did it meet Microsoft's expectations internally when it comes to how many sales did we get? How many Game Pass subscribers did we get? I think it's safe to say that Starfield sold really well for Microsoft, but I don't even know that matters, dude. I don't know that it matters to Microsoft if Starfield sold well because I'm telling you, their obsession is Game Pass. They would trade sales for Game Pass subs, man. They would. So I would love to know how many people subscribe to Game Pass for Starfield, or how many Game Pass subscribers Starfield brought in. Damn, man. Really interesting stuff. I mean, this is some crazy shit, dude. MBG, you need to check out that Microsoft and Ubisoft deal. It makes a difference. Check this out really quick. List of possible Game Pass day and date releases with projected costs. Why is the image... The image isn't working. Oh, somebody wrote it down here. Check this out. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, so this is a list of games Microsoft considered getting on Game Pass day one, and their estimates for how much money the publishers would ask for, the likelihood of getting a deal, as well as some predictions for the popularity and the wow factor of each title. Obviously, most of these games never made it to Game Pass, and even those that didn't necessarily go for the predicted prices. So they have Red Dead Redemption 2 here listed as $5 million a month. I don't know why that looks so different than all the others. Suicide Squad, $250 million. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, $300 million. Mortal Kombat 1, $250 million. Baldur's Gate 3, $5 million. Gotham Knights, $30 million. Why is $30 million so low? Or why is Gotham Knights so low? Assassin's Creed Rift, $100 million. GTA 5, $12 to $15 million a month. Dying Light 2, $50 million. Lego Star Wars, $35 million. Dragon Ball The Breakers, $20 million. Return to Monkey Island, $5 million. Wreckfest 2, $10 to $14 million. Just Dance, $5 million. Blade Runner, $5 million. And Glitch Busters, $5 million. So... dude, I cannot believe we are getting this. This is the mother of all leaks, man. This is the mother of all leaks. So check this out. Let's take a look at some of the higher end AAA games. Suicide Squad, $250 million. Star Wars Jedi Survivor, $300 million. Mortal Kombat 1, $250 million. Is it any wonder why Microsoft is not paying to put these games on the Game Pass? Same thing, dude. Same thing with Sony. People have always questioned, like, how come Sony isn't doing this? How come Sony isn't doing this? Look at these fucking prices. Dude, $300 million for Star Wars? That's more expensive than the price it costs to make Horizon Forbidden West or The Last of Us Part 2. That's fucking crazy. I would never want Sony to do that. I would never want them to take that money and say, let's get this game day one. No, take that money and put it towards a new game you're going to make. Shit. That's wild. That is wild. Now you can, you know what? This also illustrates very clearly why Microsoft is buying Activision Blizzard, dude. Holy shit. I think there may have been some truth to what Brad Smith said. Microsoft's president, Brad Smith, I specifically remember him putting out this slide in front of the European Commission where it's like, we need this, okay? You understand? We don't want this. We need this. Because if we don't get it, Game Pass dies. I mean, he didn't say it like that, but I just imagine that's what he's saying. You know, this old businessman in a suit talking like that. But that's basically what he said. And holy shit, I'm looking at these prices of some of these games. Yeah, they are going to need that because they cannot sustain themselves. They cannot sustain Game Pass buying third-party deals. Holy shit. Even something like Just Dance is $5 million. But who's going to, I mean, how many people are going to sub the Game Pass for Just Dance? That's why I'm so fascinated by these big hitters. Like Dying Light 2, 50 million. That's fascinating to me because 50 million, that's still a lot. I mean, that's probably the price of a AA game getting greenlit or something, or a smaller AA game. That seems kind of low, actually, now I'm thinking about it. I don't know, is that low? I guess I guess Dying Light 2 wasn't the biggest game, but the point is, when it comes to these big AAA hitters, there's a reason why you don't ever see them dropping day one into Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, because it's like, dude, ain't no way Sony or Microsoft is paying that much money. No way. You're saying, but the most Call of Duty could cost for Game Pass is $1 billion. They could get 70 CODs for that money. I'm sure it's more complicated than that. I'm sure it is, dude. Like, but I guess that's the thing is like, if you're going to even be willing to entertain the thought of, would we pay $1 billion to get this year's Call of Duty on Game Pass? You may as well just like think, well, why don't we just buy it? I don't know. There's more that goes behind it. Omen86, you're saying, I wish the Dutch East India Company still existed and had stocks in PlayStation with a market cap of $7.8 trillion. Even Microsoft would be harmless. Wouldn't be harmless. Yeah, dude. That why is it that when you said that, I immediately thought of the Order 1886? That's crazy, though, man. It would be crazy. Imagine Sony having a market cap of $7.8 trillion. Mark Loven, you're saying, I don't understand why people would go digital when you could sell the game when you're done to get some of your money back. Sorry, I'm late to the stream. No big deal, man. I'm late to your super chat. I'm very late to these super chats. I got to get a move on with these. But Mark, I agree, man. I absolutely agree. Top Shotta, you're saying if the Switch was unsuccessful, just like the Wii U, then the conversation would be different. Nintendo was in trouble coming from a successful Wii. Yeah, I agree. The conversation would be very different, but we're reading about this during a time. I mean, that's like 3 years after the Switch was out, and it was selling like crazy. I mean, that was probably peak year for the Switch, or one of the peak years. It's arrogant, man. It is. I'll be straight up. It's a very arrogant take. Not yours, but what we were talking about with that interview. Kyle Film, you're saying all my friends are huge Nintendo fans and don't care about Sony or Xbox, but even they are triggered about how Phil uses his words about Nintendo. They're thinking disrespectful. Can't believe this is real. Yeah, that's the thing is like I didn't really talk about it very much, but the way Phil talks about Nintendo at the end of his email is very arrogant and it is just straight up disrespectful. Like this idea where it's like, Nintendo just doesn't know yet. They're just too dumb to know that their future is in software and not hardware. Microsoft, how the fuck would you know? Like, I'm sorry, Phil. I don't mean to be rude, but how would you know, man? How would you know? I get it. Maybe it's easy to get a little bit arrogant like that in your, when you're sending private emails. And I get that. Like, I get that, but it's just, it's not great to see a private email, but it's really telling. It is. Microsoft straight up said hostile takeover of Nintendo. Yeah, that's true too. He did say that. And at least, see, that's where Phil is smart. This is why I do not envy Phil Spencer, dude. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Phil Spencer is obviously in touch with the gaming industry enough to know that you cannot do a hostile takeover of Nintendo. You just can't. You're done. You're fucking done if you ever try that. You're done. Gamers they'll leave and they'll never look back. You can't do something like that, right? You just can't. At least Phil's smart enough to know that. But he's talking to, again, corporate greed board members. They don't give a fuck about gaming. They don't even know what Nintendo probably is. They just see how much money it makes and how powerful they are in the market. And they're probably like, go buy them. And Phil's like, no. We can't just do that. Like, we can. Take them over. Let's go. Like, no. We can't do that. So at least Phil's smart enough to say, like, yeah, that wouldn't be a good idea. Imagine having to deal with that, dude. Imagine being in a position where you're part of the board of Microsoft and they're just like, why can't we just own them? Huh? Like, come on. We can do it. We can do whatever we want. Like, no, man. Like, it doesn't work like that in the gaming industry. It's not going to go the way you think. Imagine having to talk to people like that. Christ. I don't envy Phil Spencer's job, man. I really don't. I mean, that man, and I don't mean this in an offensive way. I just mean it in a real way. Like, dude, Phil Spencer looked like he's aged a lot from stress ever since he became the head. Ever since he became a board member of Microsoft, that man looks like he has aged significantly. So I imagine he's probably under a tremendous amount of stress. I don't envy that. It's tough, man. It's tough because, like, I'm not saying I talk shit about Phil Spencer, but, I've obviously haven't had nice things to say, but I don't know, man. I still remember Phil Spencer during the Xbox One reveal coming out. I think it was in like a State of Decay shirt and trying real hard to hype people up for the games. And like, I kind of missed that Phil Spencer. It's like, you could tell he wasn't really all the way up there. I'm sure he was a yes man because he had to be in Microsoft. But you could tell, like, there was something there where he just wanted to really try to make this thing work and have some good games. And even when he first took over the Xbox One, I remember his interviews. And I remember because I was following him very closely and following Xbox just like I am PlayStation now. And I really thought, like, maybe he has it in him. Like, maybe he can do it. But I think the reality for Phil Spencer is the only way you do it is you got to do it the corporate way, man. That's it. That's the only way. The dude before you, Don Mattrick, he fucking left you a sinking ship, bro. You're not saving it. You're trading that shit. You're abandoning that ship and getting on another one. That's what Microsoft is doing, and that's what Game Pass is. Game Pass is another ship. The Xbox One, the console, that ship sunk. God, what the hell is happening to my voice? I think I'm getting the demon possessed me, man. It's trying to come out. It's trying to take over. I'm kidding. For any spiritual people out there. All right. Let me see. We got Kyle Film again. You're saying, MBG, remember you said 2 years ago that Phil pretends to just be a friend because they're businessmen. Don't simp them. You're absolutely right. Look, man, I know it's tough sometimes because it is in people. I mean, look, people praise Andrew House and Sean Layden a lot, and I get it, but just don't lose sight. Like, they are business executives, guys. Like, they are. And I think there was room during the PS4 era for them to be more human, which is great to see. Like Sean Layden, remember when he talked about Vib Ribbon or whatever? Like, people are like, oh my God, this guy look at this guy's out here talking about this game. But that doesn't mean he still doesn't have to do his job. You know what I mean? Like, he can be as human as Sony will allow him to be in public on stage representing their company. But at the end of the day, like, he's gonna have to be the person to make really critical decisions. And I remember when I was editing a video recently, and there was, I think it was after E3 2015, he was being interviewed, and one of the things that he was asked about or talk about was the deal for Call of Duty. I think it was Black Ops 3 at the time. And the way he talked about it, it was extremely corporate and kind of gross, where it's like, yeah, like we struck a good deal with our friends at Activision Blizzard, and we're delivering certain exclusives for the PlayStation fan base. And when I say gross, I just mean like you could just tell that this was like a very scripted, like, these are the deals that are going on behind closed doors. And like, Sean Layden is, he's like, passionate gamer and loves the games industry. But let me tell you, he doesn't give a single fuck in that moment about Xbox fans who want to play Call of Duty. I'll tell you that. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that at the end of the day, it is corporate warfare, dude. It is. So regardless of how nice any of these businessmen seem, and they are human, and I'm sure, there's truth to a lot of it. Like, we know Shuhei Yoshida he fucking loves games, man. He's as real as it gets. But let's not forget, that's the same guy that partook in that video of here's how you share a used game, like absolutely curb stomping Microsoft while they're down. I mean, it's just, this is what I'm saying. It's corporate warfare, dude. And that's just the way it is. I don't make the rules. That's the way I see the Shuhei Yoshida emoji pop up. I love it. All right. Let me keep this going. Michael, you're saying MBG, check out the Some Ordinary Gamers video. It's not about the leaks. It's about game ownership. You know what I'll do? I'll check it out after the stream, because we are actually rapidly approaching the 4-hour mark. And I want to make sure I get through all of these super chats and everything that there is to say here. I might save that video to react to potentially in an upcoming stream. Or maybe at the end here. It depends on the time frame. But I'd definitely be interested to see. Yeah, oh man. See, I have way more super chats I got to get through here. I've been slacking. And thank you guys for all the super chats. Very kind of you. Domingo813, you're saying compare the Microsoft leaks to Sony's last showcase. LOL, you had to admit these leaks are a bit better than Sony's last showcase. Well, I mean, dude, when it comes to, lack of, mullet wearing meltdowns. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Domingo. I agree with that. Microsoft is giving it to us. They're giving us what we didn't know we wanted, in the form of just extremely juicy, unbelievable leaks that, I don't know. I'm you know what I'm curious about? I'm really wondering what Xbox fans have to say. And I mean, like Xbox influencers, like people who have influence in the community. I really wonder what they're saying. I haven't been looking around. I haven't. And maybe, I don't know, maybe you guys are paying attention and can give me some idea, but I'm just curious whether or not what they're saying lines up with what I'm saying, or if we're saying completely different things. Because that's what it reminds me of when Redfall came out, and I noticed that like what I was saying about it, the Xbox community was also saying about it, and we were actually in like agreement. And I was like, wow, this is like a rare thing that ever happened, or one of the most rare things that ever happened. And we have Laurent Day Backer. I don't know if I just obliterated your name, but keeping the membership train going today. Drops a membership gift. I think this is your first time dropping a gift. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Laurent. Again, I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Thank you for that, bud. That brings us to 53 members on the day. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the continued support, man. If you guys want to keep the membership train going, by all means, consider doing so. Consider paying it forward. We have an awesome community here. We have Pig Roach with a $20 super chat. Thank you for that, man. That's a very kind super chat. You're saying they just confirmed it wasn't Microsoft. The judge confirmed that Microsoft provided the link, and the court uploaded the exhibits. They are properly redacted and unredacted exhibits at that link. The court messed up. Oh, yikes. Yeah, so I didn't get to read that article, but I saw that article come out saying that it seems like Microsoft did it themselves. I'm like, why? Like, that's why my mind went to, is there some kind of undercover fucking person over there that's secretly working for Sony and they just got they were just activated? Because I'm like, why would Microsoft ever do this to themselves? So that actually makes complete sense. I do wonder what happens now. This is big, dude. This is big. I mean, I don't want to make it sound like, again, any of this is shocking. Maybe like, I would say the most surprising thing I've seen so far is that timetable that we just talked about, the graph of Gamepass trajectory. For me, that was probably the most surprising, and hearing what Phil had to say about it. Because we weren't supposed to know that. Like, that he's like, yeah, we could shut down the gaming business if we don't do better than that. That was the most surprising, because I didn't expect to learn that. But everything else, for as big as this is, I just think it's crazy that I'm just not surprised, man. And if anything, I am just a little bit happy in the sense that I just really hope that this helps bring better perspective to people who have been giving me and many others a really hard time. That, look, I'm not saying shit on Microsoft and dump on them. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I hope you now see, yes, actually, the mask is off. The mask, this is what you're really looking at. And you don't have to hate it. You don't have to love it either. Just take it for what it is. Just take it for what it is. And that's it. And that's it. So I do wonder what's going to happen now with the court, since they're the ones that, assuming you're correct here, I'm not looking into this now, Pig Roach, but I am assuming that what you're saying is correct and the truth. And if that's the case, I really wonder what Microsoft does now, because I don't know if they can do anything. Because that to me, that just seems like a kind of like, oops, our bad. I'm sure we'll get updates. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we'll find out what's going to happen, because yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Did I see the Bethesda game leaks? That's definitely the thing Microsoft cares about the most when it comes to the consumer view. I did, and I didn't really think about that too much. Maybe I'm sure they're not happy about it, because they want it to probably save some of those announcements as big announcements, man. And now it's just like, and see, this is why sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for, wanting to know the roadmap. I don't know that I would feel happy. I'll be 100 with you guys right now. If the equivalent of what just happened to Microsoft happened to Sony, I think I'd be kind of depressed. Like, at first it would be insane. Like, I mean, in the moment it'd be like, oh my fucking God, I can't believe this. We just got the entire roadmap to 2030. Here's everything. But then afterwards it's like, now we know everything. It's like, now we know everything. There's no surprise at all with the console, with the games, with the fucking business practices and models. There's nothing. And that's why I do kind of feel bad for Xbox fans right now, because it's like, this is like the mother lode, dude. Sorry, guys. My throat's getting dry here. I gotta hydrate. I agree. It sucks not having any surprises. We want some surprises. And you know what? I'm sure there still are some, maybe. I don't think every single thing leaked out. And things could change. I love when I just like abruptly turn around to look at my cat Leia. Specifically Leia, because she just gets really concerned. She's like, what? Did I do something? What's going on? Like, boss doesn't care, but Leia for some reason gets all freaked out. Like, why are you looking at me? What'd I do? She's rubbing up against my table back there. All right. And then we have Disco Cobra 2013 with another $20 super chat. Very kind of you, man. Thank you. You're saying, not sure how I feel about Xbox not having discs. I feel like it was bound to happen. We saw that in 2013 when they tried the always online DRM. Guess now they're making their final push for always online, all digital boxes now. Absolutely, Disco Cobra. And I'm going to read your follow-up super chat here. You're saying, I'm starting to phase myself out of gaming. I will still do it, but never on the same level I used to when I was in my teens or 20s. And I think that's very common, man. That is what happens to a lot of people. And I'm not there. And I feel kind of like, I don't say lucky, but I feel grateful because gaming is such a big part of my life, and it could change, in the next couple of years. I could become that way, but I'm still very much into gaming. And it is interesting to think that as things begin to change more and more each generation, like you're talking about how it's becoming clear that Microsoft is getting rid of, seemingly they're getting rid of physical gaming on their platform. They're really truly making that all digital push in the next couple of years, in the next 2 years, basically. And if they really commit to that and they do actually phase out the Series X as we know it with the disk drive, I don't know. I'm not a fan at all. I'm not. I just don't like that. I just don't know why you have to remove that option. I don't know. I don't know why you do that. So Disco Cobra, do you, man? Enjoy gaming as you want to enjoy it. There's no need. I don't think anybody has to feel like you have to keep up with what's going on. You don't have to. You don't have to be there for the biggest releases. You don't have to be as into it as you once were. I think that happens naturally with a lot of things, and I think basically what happens is as people get older, you kind of become more casual. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So yeah, man, do you and enjoy it. The only time I would recommend people maybe take a step back from video games and take a break is if you're not enjoying it. Like if it's actually causing you annoyance or discomfort of any kind. At that point, I would recommend maybe take a break, or maybe it's just not for you anymore. But yeah, man, I'm very, very interested, Disco Cobra. I'm very interested to see the rollout of this digital only Series X next year and how people react to it, knowing that everything's digital now. I'm telling you, if people accept that, and they might, if there's no pushback, it's over. It'll be over at that point because it's the domino effect. Microsoft will go first. Sony will go next. Sony might not do it this generation, but Sony will look at that and be like, we want that. They do. Sony wants that. And that's why I kind of don't like, I just don't like that Microsoft's going to rip the Band-Aid off. I guess it's better them than Sony, but come on, man. Just come on. Keep that option there. Keep it alive. You don't have to kill it. It's totally unnecessary. Domingo 813, you're saying Final Fantasy 16 was in line with our expectations. That's a quote. Confirms Square Enix president Takashi Kiryu. Yeah, I saw that, and it is worth highlighting. I have still seen people. I just got a comment on my video that I put out yesterday. I shit you not. I got a comment, somebody saying, I guess you're not going to talk about Square Enix losing a couple $1 billion and how Final Fantasy 16 flopped, and it was bad that it was a PS5 exclusive. And I'm just like, what? Like, dude, you're frying my brain here. Like, we did talk about that, first of all. And second of all, it had nothing to do with Final Fantasy 16. And I still see people out here, even though the literal CEO of Square Enix said, in quotations, Final Fantasy 16, in line with our expectations. Yeah, it underperformed. Final Fantasy 16 flopped. Shit didn't do as good. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell. I just don't know what to tell people anymore. Like, yeah, let's just not listen anymore and just make up whatever we want. Let's just make anything up that we want and just say that's the truth. It's literal insanity out here, man. Michael Lynch, you're saying, come on, MBG, Nintendo would never sell to Microsoft. That would be an extremely dishonorable thing to the Japanese, and Microsoft is extremely rude and loud publicly. I agree 100%. There's no chance Nintendo is owned by Microsoft, but don't you just think that's kind of weird that Microsoft, like when I read a long time, I think it was a couple years ago, or maybe last year or the year before, when the news came out that Microsoft approached Nintendo at the beginning of the original Xbox One generation, or when they were entering the market, and they said, we would like to talk about acquiring you, and they got laughed out of the room. I was like, I get it. They're new. They're trying. They're just seeing. Why not? There's nothing wrong with testing the waters and asking. I think it's just crazy that almost over 2 decades later, like Phil's like talking like, yeah, they're gonna fold eventually. It's just, like, that's so weird to me. Like, what do you mean? These guys left, not Phil, but Microsoft out of the room like that. I don't know, man. I feel like there's a little bit of salt there. Just a little bit. A pinch of salt. Who leaked this? Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? Pig Roach, again, thank you, man. You're saying, Xbox customer, the thing I want you to know is that this is about delivering great exclusive games for you that ship on platforms where Game Pass exists. Phil, Dominus Maximus, Spencer. Yeah, dude, that to me was the most honest thing I've heard him say. Because it couldn't be made more clear. If you don't have Game Pass on your platform, you ain't getting our games. That's why I thought it was crazy. You know what? All right, look. I think I got one last little rant left in me here. I do. I got one more. Okay. One of the documents that leaked out, this was one of the first ones that leaked out. It confirmed, it was an internal slide for Microsoft, and it confirmed the Elder Scrolls 6 was never planned for PlayStation. Leia, hold on. Let me see if my wife can get out of here. It explicitly confirmed that the Elder Scrolls 6 was never planned for PlayStation. And this once again reveals that, hey, Jim Lion Ryan, you might move over because we got a new king over here of lies that's going to sit on the throne of lies, Phil Spencer. And look, I'm not surprised. I'm not. I could sit here and be like, see, Phil Spencer's a fucking liar. Like, yes, he is a liar. He's a board member of Microsoft. He's a liar because he has to lie. That's part of it. That's literally part of his job. Straight up, that is part of his job. I'm not saying it's good, but it's just how it is. How many times has this man, when he was asked about specifically the Elder Scrolls, oh, it's a case-by-case basis. It's a case-by-case basis. Just giving people that hope, like leaving it up in the air. Like, and the last time he said this, go back. I have to find this, dude. I'm not going to ask you guys to do it, but I know some of you were here. It was like 2 or 3 streams ago. I literally freaked out. I don't know if I freaked out, but I said pretty aggressively, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, Phil. Stop lying. Like, we know case by case basis, my ass. It's going to be exclusive. Just say it. Stop with the bullshit. Why? Why are you still bullshitting? I know why. I know why you are, because you still haven't gotten the ABK deal through, and you can't flex that. You can't. You got to make it seem like it's up in the air. It's topsy-turvy. Who knows? Maybe we're not. But we all know. We all fucking know. And now we all really know. We know because it's right there. It leaked out. So Phil can no longer say, It's a case-by-case basis. We got a leaked document here that says otherwise, Phil, and that's fine. We all came to this conclusion already. But it just, once again, where are the fucking memes of Phil lying Spencer? I'm just saying. I'm not encouraging that. Don't do that, please. That's stupid. Don't do that. It's very stupid. As stupid as some of my emojis here. I say that and people start dropping Phil Nokia emoji. I honestly forgot that I made that emoji. Fuck. Listen, I want peace. But I made those emojis a while ago. Lies of Phil. Yeah, dude, this all comes out the day that Lies of P releases. Oh my God, you can't make this up. It's like poetic. Saying Elder Scrolls 6 probably going to be way bigger than Starfield. Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, to be clear, that's a big deal. Like that is huge. That's going to hurt Sony straight up. That's definitely going to hurt. Sony's going to feel that one. I think they're feeling Starfield a little bit, just a tad. No, the Elder Scrolls, they're going to feel that, assuming it's, everything people expect it to, or it is everything people expect it to be. But that's all I'm trying to say is like people always want to talk about keeping the same energy, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what? Just make sure you highlight that too, okay? Because when Jim Ryan got caught lying, said, yeah, that sucks. He's a corporate exec. Not shocked. And I'm not shocked here either. Just make sure if you're going to use that Jim Ryan meme, keep it in the back of your mind, or maybe in the front of your mind, actually. He ain't the only one, dude. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. So yeah, just had to go on that little tangent. But yes, the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be exclusive to Xbox. There's no doubt about that. Phil didn't lie, LMAO. He never explained. Oh man, bro, come on. Are you serious? Come on. You're really gonna make that argument? Come on, man. It's fine. Just admit it. It's not gonna hurt you. It's not gonna hurt you. It's fine. What you're doing now is gonna hurt you more. You can't deny the truth. And the truth is he did lie. And it's fine. That's not a big deal. I'm just trying to tell people, like, you can't take it to heart when executives lie. He didn't, though? Oh, my God. What would you like to call it? He told the truth, then. Is that what you're saying? Just a white lie? Well, see, at least Space D, we could at least find that middle ground where it's like, okay, it's a lie, but maybe it's like a white lie. It's not the worst thing. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm glad we could meet halfway. We're being reasonable here. Oh, it's funny though, man. Phil's a phony. He's a big phony. You're saying, to be honest, lying would be saying that Elder Scrolls 6 was going to release on PlayStation. All right, fine. Look, I'll give you this. Can we at least agree it's bullshit? Can we at least say that? Can we at least come to that compromise that, okay, maybe on the most technical level, it's not a lie, like technically, if we're really going to be that way, but we can at least say it's bullshit, right? He's bullshitting you. And I don't know. I don't want to get into the semantics of it. Like, is bullshitting worse than lying? I mean, at the end of the day, what difference does it make to people? If somebody's bullshitting you, what's the difference between them lying to you? I don't know. If anything, I don't like when somebody's bullshitting me because I feel like they're insulting my intelligence. Like, I know you're bullshitting me. Please stop. When somebody's lying, like, they're just straight up being sneaky. As in, like, I could see how they could get one over on you because they just flat out lied. So are we at a point now where Jim Ryan, his lies are just straight lies? Huh? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not taking things that's like next level stupidity. I don't even have the energy to try to entertain that. So he can't lie though. His words have weight. All right. corporate bullshit is what we'll call it. How about that? The Zombie Fanatic, you're saying Xbox did what PlayStation did in the PlayStation 3 gen with the X-Bone. Xbox did what PlayStation did in the PlayStation 3 gen. I don't know, maybe. You know what, my bad. I just realized you said the X-Bone. So you're talking, I was thinking of the Series X for some reason, but yeah, you're right. No, you're right. The beginning of the PS3 generation was the beginning of the Xbox One generation was very similar to the PS3. It's just, I think, yeah, I don't know, man. Sony did a number with the PS3, but Xbox, they were next level. Xbox was next level with that DRM stuff. And I think that is what did it for them, man. I do. No, sorry, not the DRM stuff. The Kinect. That's what I meant. The DRM stuff I think was really bad, but I think the Kinect for like I think everybody was like looking around like, what the fuck? Why are you shipping a Kinect with this? Why do I have to have a Kinect? I'm telling. I think people forget about that. I forget about that sometimes. Like, oh yeah, they did do that, didn't they? Like, you need the Kinect and TV. Yeah, it was not good. I mean, I think Sony fucked up just on a more traditional arrogance level with the PS3, where it's just like, we are untouchable. We are the best. We have no competition. You'll get 2 jobs to buy a PlayStation 3. And the PlayStation 3 is going to be ridiculously expensive. And our launch lineup doesn't have to be that great because we know you're going to buy it. And it's just like, I think everybody collectively was like, what? No. Like, dude, you know there's a 360 out there right now. It's pretty fucking good, right? It's cheaper. It's out before your console. It's got a better launch lineup. And I think Sony real quick was like, wait, what? What's going on now? I'm telling you, Sony completely underestimated their opponent. I think, and that's just sheer arrogance. I think Microsoft's problem with the launch of the Xbox One, it was more along the lines of they didn't underestimate their opponent in Sony. I think that they were aware Sony was probably going to do just fine. I think they underestimated just the entire gaming industry and just the gamers themselves. Like, I think they underestimated, like, oh, they'll accept it. They will accept it. And it's like, are you sure about that? And I think they found out real quick, like, oh no, they're not going to accept that. And they just made it easy for Sony, is what they did. So yeah, interesting stuff, Zombie Fanatic. Pig Roach, again, you're saying you're not taking into account the gold conversation of Game Pass Core. They should hit or be around 120 million subs. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I totally forgot about that. Game Pass Core is a thing now, and that is absolutely a major contributor to their goals and their numbers. But I feel like it skews things, right? Like, it makes it very unclear of like, okay, well, I don't know now what this means, but I guess if it's all just about the total number of Game Pass subs, yes, that is absolutely something we have to factor in. So good call out, Pig Roach. New Soul 9, you're saying MBG, you should consider that they are taking the Elder Scrolls 6 and Activision games out of PlayStation, and you'll need either Game Pass or to buy a console to play those games. Yeah, so I think you're speaking once again to the chart, the Game Pass projection chart that leaked out, and I mean, there is every possibility, man, that games like the Elder Scrolls 6 combined with games like Call of Duty combined with the Microsoft Studio games, these could be more than enough. I'm not underestimating it. Like, when Phil says that, just to be clear, just to go back to that, when Phil says like, oh yeah, if we don't get to this number by this time, we'll probably leave the gaming industry. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't. Like, that would, I mean, they would, the only reason Microsoft would leave the gaming industry is if it's just crystal clear that this is a complete failure. Game Pass has no chance. I don't think that's the case right now. I don't, especially now that they're going to have, assuming they get Activision Blizzard. I don't think so. I think we'll know after Call of Duty. Like, if Microsoft announces like 2 years after they own Activision that like, yeah, we're leaving the gaming business, that's going to be because something happened with Call of Duty. Like, cataclysmic. Like, I don't know, like Treyarch's game just fucking sucks. Like, sucks. I mean, sucks so bad that it's like no one's buying this game now. No one's even subscribing. But that sounds so realistic, doesn't it? Like, I just don't. Something like that to me seems really far away. The Call of Duty formula is, again, it's a well-oiled machine. It's not going to break down anytime soon. It has to happen slowly over time. So thank you for that news, Soul9. We also have Magnum Gaming saying Game Pass has to compete with BMW seat heating services as well as all other services. People tend to cancel some services for others all the time. It's a good call out, Magnum Gaming. And when I talked about how when people buy a console like the PS5, you're paying $400 or $500, $400 minimum for this console, you already feel pretty invested, right? And somebody's like, oh, that's a sink cost fallacy, right? And I'm like, well, no, because the thing about the sink, well, I guess it kind of is, but the idea about the sink cost fallacy is the idea that it's not good and you want to leave, but you don't because you put too much money into it. I don't think that's why people stick around for PlayStation. I think it's just, it's a motivator. I do. I think that when somebody spends $400 on a console, if the console's bad and the games are bad, they are automatically less likely to immediately jump ship, but they're still probably going to jump ship. When you buy a console for $400 or $500, you're all automatically incentivized to stay longer. If the console's good and the games are good, then you probably have a customer for life, potentially, or at least a very long time. And that's the thing. Like, why do you think the PS5? Look, man, I talk about the lineup of the PS5, how well it's been, how consistent it's been. I think Jim Ryan's not doing that bad of a job. I think PlayStation Studios is delivering. But why do you think so many people were just so quick to upgrade to the PS5? And, they wanted to, even when there were no consoles available. It's because they got something great with the PS4. It's very simple, but Sony had an expensive console, relatively expensive, $400, and they had a solid UI. They had a solid experience all around on the PlayStation Network. They delivered solid games. They delivered third-party games. They did everything they had to do, and it just made it unbelievably easy for somebody to just say, okay, well, there you go. The decision is made. I'm going to go to the PS5 when the next gen starts. And that's what they're doing now, again, right? So that's all it is, man. It's just a matter of investment, people feeling like, where's my money going? Am I getting my money's worth? If you give them their money's worth and then some, hopefully, and then some, yeah, they will stick around. And that Microsoft is taking that exact same approach with Game Pass, and not the console this time. But you are correct, Magnum Gaming, that the thing is, Sony has to compete with Nintendo, right? Sony has to compete technically with the Xbox consoles, but mainly just Nintendo now. Here's something I want people to consider. The thing about Sony and Nintendo competing with one another, if that's what happens, or, let me rephrase that. The thing about Sony and Microsoft competing with one another, right? And they have been competing up until this point in the console space, because the console is an expensive investment. This is not a $10 service. This is not a $20 service. This is a full-blown piece of hardware that's going to cost a couple $100 at minimum. The requirement, you have to truly go above and beyond to win people over. And the way you do that is by ensuring the quality of your games are very high. Just straight up. There's no way around that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's just you sell a $400 to $500 piece of hardware with quality games, high quality games. It is a necessary thing. If you do not have them, you will not sell your hardware. Now, when it comes to a service like Game Pass, I do believe that people are much more finicky with services than they are about, again, like, I spent $500 on a console, now I just want nothing to do with it. I think people are much more finicky with services because it's just, there's no investment, man. There isn't. It's, do you want this stuff for $11? And maybe if you like it, you stay subscribed. It's so easy to unsubscribe. You're right. It is. People move all the time, man. And what the hell is that noise? I guess the idea is, well, if we just keep delivering great games, they'll never want to leave. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's still not just as easy for them to leave. That, like, I feel like that's the difference between the true difference between the subscription service model and the traditional gaming model is that every great game Sony puts out on their console, not only did they get that $500, $400 for the investment in the console, but every $70 game that a person buys, especially if it's digitally, and this is where I guess this is why Sony likes digital and all these publishers like digital, that's more money. Like that, I mean, that is straight up like that's another pretty good reason to not just leave, to not just go away, because it's like, look at that. You bought all these games, and it's just, I think that's the biggest difference between the two, truthfully. And point is, Microsoft is in uncharted territory with Game Pass, and we'll see how it plays out. We have the backlog. His first time super chatting. Thank you. You're saying Mortal Kombat 11 sold 15 million copies at 60 a pop. 900 million. I didn't know that. Yeah, dude, Mortal Kombat's one of the best selling games. It's on like the top 50, I think, or something like that. It'll be interesting to see how well Mortal Kombat 1 sells, dude. It looks like there's a massive amount of hype for MK1, and I imagine it's going to do even better than MK11. So it'll be interesting if they reveal their sales numbers. Utmost PS, you're saying MBG Titanfalls 2 update got me playing the multiplayer for the first time since the beta years ago. It's really solid. Give me Titanfall 3 next, please. I've heard nothing but good things about Titanfall 2, man. Truthfully, like I actually haven't played it, but I've heard really, really good things about it. And I did see that they got some random playlist update where there's like a new game mode with just question marks. I'm like, what are they doing? Seems like something's going on here, man. Something's going on, so maybe we will get Titanfall 3. Pushing Polygons. You're saying Microsoft's vision that Don Mattrick put out is still alive. They wanted us to always have online, which is where we are, and cloud ML/hybrid for processing is Crackdown 3, or what it was supposed to be on a larger scale. Yeah, that's crazy to think, dude. Crackdown 3, what a legendary game. Their vision really hasn't changed. And that's the arrogance, man. I'm sorry, but it is. It is. It's the arrogance of like, they just don't know what they want yet. They're just not ready for it. Maybe that's true. Maybe they could be right. For as arrogant as it sounds, they could be right. We're going to find out. But I just think that that's kind of funny that what they were trying to achieve with the Xbox One is seemingly about to become a reality starting with my eyelashes are falling out for some reason. Starting with the Xbox Series X refresh and then going into the next gen with their 2028 console. Yeah, it's crazy. And we'll see if people accept that or not. Maybe Microsoft was right. We will find out. All right, we have Laurent. He gifted a membership and he says, thanks for the awesome community. Love the channel. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for gifting a membership and thank you for the super chat as well, man. And I'm glad you enjoy the community. We have an amazing community. We do. So thank you guys. Josh Z, you're saying Nintendo will go bankrupt before they ever agree to be acquired by anyone. Microsoft wanted their gold mine of IP. Yes. Oh man. Could you imagine if Microsoft owned Nintendo? Could you imagine if Microsoft just like owned all of Nintendo's IP? That would be, I don't even know what to think of that. I wouldn't know what to think. What would even happen? Nakamichi, longtime member, just like Josh Z, saying the case by case only applies to Bethesda's smaller games like Quake and Quake 2. No Elder Scrolls, Doom, no more of the larger games coming to other platforms. I agree, Nakamichi. I agree. Sergeant, you're saying, do you know what PS3, Xbox One, and Stadia had in common? Phil Harrison's curse. Oh, that is crazy. Yes, that is true. Beware wherever he lands next. This just in. Phil Harrison lands lead role at Nintendo. Hey. Don't shoot my wires. Figuratively literal. I think after this, I'm all caught up on super chats. Thank you guys. Incredible support today. I really can't thank you enough. Saying Microsoft has left many markets it deemed as a failure, though, so it depends on the expectations. Plus, this is more of a gamble on a subservice model. Yeah, it is really interesting to think about how many markets Microsoft has left in the past. And we talk about expectations. I mean, let's be honest here. Microsoft's expectations are lofty. Yeah. There's no doubt that Microsoft's expectations very much are, we expect to do very big things. We expect to do very, very big things. Come on. Boss. Boss, you are being bad. He keeps coming back to try to chew this cord. Yeah, Microsoft's expectations 100% lofty. They want to do big things. You can't blame them. You do not spend nearly $100 billion to just say, well, if we just get okay results. No. Guys, really quick. So there's like one other thing I'm going to do. I want to go look around and see if there's anything else that I missed or that came out. First and foremost, we still have over 500 people here, which is awesome. Please hit that like button. Guys, I want everybody here. Boss, you are making me angry, bro. Well, I'm not really angry, but you're frustrating me. He just turns around and looks at me like, I'm not doing nothing. Like, dude, you're chewing my wires. I'm right here. Come on, come up here. Do you want to come up here and hang out? That's better than chewing wires, right? Guys, I want everybody, please hit that like button, okay? I'm only saying that because we are very close now. You guys are absolutely killing it today. We're very close to 600 likes. It really helps with the streams. Not only does it let me know you enjoy them, but it helps with YouTube's algorithm. So hit that like button. We're at about 580. We can do it, people. We can do it. We can get to that 600 mark. And I have Richard Rodriguez. He says, can't trust Phil. We need UB before Microsoft takes it. It's not going to happen, man. It's not going to. I'm telling you, I don't even think Microsoft is interested. I don't even think Microsoft is interested in Ubisoft, dude. It's too much baggage. It's just straight up too much baggage. So here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to head over to Twitter, and boss, I'm going to have to remove you from the room if you don't stop. You're interrupting the stream at this point. Come on, man. Here. How about this? Just come chill up here. All right. Relax. Just relax as I hit my face on the mic. All right, let's see if he'll do it this time. Get down. Get down. Get down. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get him to meow. I'm trying to get him to be vocal. This is the only way he ever gets vocal. Is it happening again? Is the demon back? Is the ghost back? What's happening? Boss, get down. Get down. Come on, get down. Meow, come on. I'm getting so annoyed, dude, because he does it all the time. And when he's on camera, he won't do it. He knows. He knows. Get down. Get down. Whatever, man. I see how you're gonna do me on stream. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I'm sorry. Sorry if I put you on the spot. I'm just gonna randomly do it again when he's not expecting it, and I'm telling you, we're gonna catch him. You know, it's funny though because he does really small meows, like you can hardly hear them. But he's like, MBG, this is sus. Top Shota, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying people are missing the point of a digital console. It's to lock you into an ecosystem, just like Steam because of your digital library. Yeah, absolutely. It only benefits the platform holder and the publisher. If you buy a digital only console, that means you can only buy games digitally. So not only does it lock you into that ecosystem because you're creating a digital library, but you're giving the publisher all the money. There is no middleman. So when you buy, let's say a game like you buy digital PS5 for Spider-Man 2, Sony gets all the money from the console that they're going to get. Not a lot. They get a small profit. I'm assuming a very small, slim profit from that. But then you buy Spider-Man 2 digitally, they get 100% of that money. They get $70. They get that full $70 that you paid for Spider-Man 2. Get down. Get down. Why won't he do it? This is just gonna be the rest of the stream. I'm trying to catch him off guard. You know what I bet he'll do it? Watch. Watch, this'll do it. Come on, get down. Get down. Come on, get down. Meow. Say something. Everybody wants you to say something and you won't say anything. Get down. He's a stone, dude. I'm sorry. He's an absolute rock. He will not budge. He's like, I'm not doing it. Get down, Mr. President. Meow. All right. Yeah, but Top Shotty, you're absolutely correct, man. I'm going to head over to Twitter. I want to see if anything else has come out before Tom Hanks is trending. Dude, really quick, guys, I watched this insane video. Well, it wasn't really insane, but it was very surprising about Tom Hanks' son named like Chet Hanks. And I was just blown away because this was not at all what I expected Tom Hanks' son to be like. I mean, it was just straight up like, wow, this man could not be any different than his father, Tom Hanks. It's crazy shit. Don't know if anybody is, it doesn't seem like a bad guy or anything. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe he's had some questionable things he's done, but it was just shocking, man. Yeah, I think he's like a rapper, or he did rap and stuff. It's just like so random. So random. Why is he trending though? You know what? Doesn't matter. All right, I'm on Twitter now, or X. Sorry, who's gonna call it X? All right, so IGN is reporting this is what Xbox boss Phil Spencer really thought of the PS5 reveal. Oh, I missed this. See, this is why there's a bunch of stuff I'm missing out on here. Yeah, by IGN, leaked emails have revealed Xbox boss Phil Spencer's thoughts about the PS5 back in early 2020. Sony revealed a deep dive into the PS5 in March of 2020 with a broadcast in which PS5 lead system architect Mark Cerny confirmed its hardware specifications. The announcement revealed PS5 includes a custom 8-core AMD Zen 2 CPU clocked at 3.5 gigahertz, and they list all the specifications here. We already know the specs of the PS5. We have a better product than Sony has, not just on hardware, but equally important on the software platform. Oh, man. Okay. That's shocking. I can't believe he said that. But equally important on the software platform and services on top of the hardware. Spencer wrote the email to Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella and Chief Financial Officer Amy Hood after almost 12 hours of soaking in their unveil, taking apart their specifications and looking at the community responses. He clearly sounds enthusiastic about Microsoft's console prospects, knowing full well what the Xbox Series X and S would offer when it went on sale alongside the PS5 later that year. Who remembers the teraflop war? I remember. Who remembers the T-flop war? Who remembers? Dude, I remember that shit like it was yesterday because I could not believe how many people were counting out Mark Cerny and the PS5 because it was a lower teraflop count. That shit was crazy. I will admit, though, that I clowned myself because I was like, yo, the PS5 is going to be 13 teraflops. It's going to be 13 teraflops. Like, that shit wasn't 13 teraflops. MBG, what the hell are you talking about, man? I remember that really well. So it says here, I lost my spot. Really quick. Yeah, who remembers the teraflop wars coming off the back of the last generation and the Xbox One, which was significantly underpowered compared to the PS4? Microsoft set out to ensure it had the most powerful console on the market with the Series X, and the PS5 specs reveal in March 2020 confirmed that position. We have a better product than Sony has, not just on hardware, but equally important on the software platform and services on top of the hardware, Spencer wrote. We have the ingredients of a winning plan. I felt the feedback from the board of directors discussion on being too confident, and maybe this will just reinforce that perception. I get the need to be humbly confident, but today was a good day for us. We haven't won anything, and I know we have hard discussions about pricing, P&L, investments, etc. This mail isn't trying to scoop any of that. Those discussions really matter, but we can take confidence in our product truth here, and I do believe any conversation needs to start with believing in that. This was a good day for Xbox. God, dude, oh man, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel sorry reading this that's what Phil Spencer said, because it's like, dude, you couldn't be more wrong. You know, I appreciate like, I like the enthusiasm. He clearly, I get it. You know, people were excited for the Series X. You know, they were excited for the Hellblade 2 reveal, which still isn't out, by the way. And I just think it's so crazy that email was at around March of 2020. So March, April, May, June, July. That was about 4 months away from their disastrous Xbox event where they showed off the games lineup, and part of that games lineup was Halo. Do we need to bring Craig back up? We don't have to. We were all there. We all knew. And it's like, you go from feeling very confident in March of 2020, thinking we got this one in the bag, and then you flash forward to Sony's June event and they absolutely fucking crush it, and the hype is reaching cataclysmic levels. And then you flash forward to the next month where you have your Xbox Series X event, and it's a complete disaster because Halo is made it's just looking like a joke. And then you even got Domino's. You got Domino's Pizza coming out and clowning you because of Craig, which was wild to see. And then you get another showcase from Sony in September where they announced God of War Ragnarok. May the Lord have mercy on your soul at that point. But what makes it just even worse, the final nail in the fucking coffin for the Xbox Series X, two things. I mean, dude, Phil Spencer must be cursed. Xbox must be cursed because, dude, Sony has the best launch lineup of any console generation for them, of any PlayStation. They had the best launch lineup, the best exclusives that you would get day one. And on top of that, they have the more powerful console with the comparisons from Digital Foundry. Multiple comparisons come out that reveal that turns out Mark Cerny knew what he was doing. Developers are getting more out of the PS5 than they are the Series X, and games are running slightly better, in some cases significantly better. And it was just and Xbox had no games, dude. The Xbox Series X and S had no fucking launch games. I mean, I'm not kidding. They had zero. They had zero launch exclusives, dude. Like, what the fuck was going on in Phil's head when he wrote this email? Like, the confidence, like, who is talking to you? Are people lying? Dude, were Microsoft employees lying to Phil out of fear? Like, yeah, man, we got the games. They're on track. Halo's going to be great. Hellblade's going to be great. We got, what else do we got? We'll have something else, man. It's going to be good. That fucking hardware team is like, oh, dude, Mark Cerny doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know, man. We got the 12 teraflops. Trust us, Phil. We got this in the bag. I'm telling you. And Phil was like, yeah, we fucking got this time. Oh my God. Absolutely fucking wrecked, bro. And I'm sorry. I'm not saying that in a console war way. It's just straight up like, I feel bad because it's like, God damn, there was so much confidence, man. There was. And they just completely fucked it up. Whatever. I mean, it's water under the bridge now, but crazy shit. It's so interesting to get this insight. It's so, dude. Oh man, I can't believe the amount of shit that has come out. I can't believe the amount of shit. Update from VGC. Judge Jacqueline Scott Corley has confirmed that Microsoft accidentally provided a federal court with a link to unredacted Xbox documents, which were then uploaded to the internet page established for its case against the FTC. Well, there you go. There you go. It's a nightmare scenario for Microsoft. Marvel Spider-Man 2 visual and tech details. Let's go over this really quick. See, I'm just scrolling through Twitter. This is being provided by Shinobi602. Improved facial animations make for more emotional scenes with realistic levels of ocular detail. Visible capillaries. Jesus. Moistened eyelids. Holy shit, dude. Spider-Man 2 is going to have those moistened eyelids. Are you kidding me? This is some next level PS5 exclusivity Mark Cerny shit going on right now. Moistened eyelids. It's getting real, bro. Goes on to say bodies of water reflect the world with full ray tracing. Characters have enhanced simulated musculature that stretch and react realistically. Much more NPCs on screen with more body shapes and types. Enter and exit buildings. Cars bob up and down with authentic suspension systems. Building windows aren't just empty anymore. You can see occupants inside. That's interesting. Stand on a Manhattan skyscraper and you can see Brooklyn's traversable skylines far off in the distance. Full use of the DualSense Symbiote Black Suit is hypersensitive to sound, Lizard's huge size, all feel different in haptics. Take advantage of PS5's 3D audio heightened by a 360-degree range of sounds. Dude, I mean, that all sounds great, but those moistened eyelids, bro, I can't get over that. That really is the next level that we've been waiting for. That is that next-gen greatness. But yeah, just some Spider-Man 2 details. I don't know why I'm so hyped up. I think I'm really hot. I'm really hot right now. Like, I'm sweating, and I think it's just like creating excess energy. But I'm going to have to end this stream soon because it's going on too long here. Hold on, Leia. Hold on. We're almost done. I see some random person tweeted, if Microsoft buys Nintendo, I quit gaming. Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond will both be at Tokyo Game Show this week, as will Nintendo. I wonder if Phil requests a meeting with Nintendo to try and smooth this situation over. Ooh, I'm sure Nintendo will find out about that email. I didn't even consider that. Dude, that Nintendo is now reading what Phil said, and they're probably like, no way. Well, they're probably not saying, they're probably reacting like, what a disrespectful ass. Like, damn. This is a rough day, man. This is a rough day for dude, I think we're going to get a Death Stranding 2 trailer. Check this out. I've seen multiple images uploaded by Hideo Kojima where he's wearing his sweatshirt with the PlayStation logo and the Kojima Productions logo, and he has I guess an espresso, and it's got writing on it, and it says DS2. So he's hyping up Death Stranding 2. We know that he recently edited a trailer. Maybe we're actually going to see Death Stranding 2 at Tokyo Game Show. I really hope we do. I'm just trying to squeeze all this stuff in as quickly as I can. The email is Phil Spencer explaining why they can't buy Nintendo, and this is what Jeff Grubb is saying. The email is Phil Spencer explaining why they can't buy Nintendo, and everyone is shitting their pants. That's how baby girl Nintendo is. Okay. I thought that tweet was actually going to say something interesting, but it didn't. Okay. Dude, apparently, so I'm just discovering this now. Apparently, people were actually blaming Sony for this leak, which I thought was pretty funny. Like, why would anybody think that Sony would be able to do something like this? That would be amazing, dude. I mean, could you imagine if Sony was the one responsible for this leak? That would be absolutely wild. That would be wild, bro. All right. I'm scrolling through here. Oh, Phil Spencer just tweeted 4 minutes ago. He just tweeted this right now. We've seen the conversations around old emails and documents. It is hard to see our team's work shared this way because so much has changed and there's so much to be excited about right now. And in the future, we will share the real plans when we are ready. Oh, and the damage control begins, bro. The damage control begins. Fuck, man. Dude, is anybody else getting a vibe from that tweet? I'm not trying to laugh or make light of it. It does. Like, look, man, on a human level, this fucking sucks. It does. It does. Like, I do not take pleasure in people going through painful experiences. And I'm positive that for people right now over at Microsoft and Bethesda, this is a painful experience and it sucks. But man, I just get this sense, like I can hear the pain emanating. I could feel the pain emanating from Phil Spencer in this tweet he put out because it's just so fuck, man. Like he is clearly not doing well. And look, man, it is what it is. I'll be straight up. Here's the big conclusion I'm going to come to here. All right. Here's what I'm going to say. This is a shitty thing to happen for any company. It sucks. It does. Like I would never want to be in a situation where things that I was typing and saying and I thought it was just between me and somebody else became public. That's devastating. Like I'm just being honest. That fucking sucks. And it's just it's just the reality of these situations, dude, where it's like you do something, you say something. I feel for these guys and these people because it's like it's not meant to be public, but it is public. And people are going to judge you on that. They are. They're going to judge you. You can't blame them. You can't. And, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So, my takeaway from this tweet from Phil Spencer, there's so much, because so much has changed. So let me read that one more time because I glossed over that. It is hard to see our team's work shared in this way because so much has changed and there's so much to be excited about right now. And in the future, we will share the real plans when we are ready. So I think this is Phil's way of trying to say that don't believe all the leaks because things have changed. Things have changed. Well, anyway, guys, we are at the 4-hour and 45-minute mark of this stream. And there you go. I think there was no better way to end the stream than with the Phil Spencer tweet letting everybody know this is his reaction. This is his what he has to say about the leaks today. And so I'm going to end this stream by saying, first off, thank you guys. Thank you for continuing to support my content. I do want to give a massive shout out here to everybody. We are at 52 members on the day. So you guys did crush the goal. Our goal was 50, and that's a high number. So we're actually sitting beyond that at 52. Welcome to all my new members, to all of you who are members. Please continue to, enjoy your exclusive perks and the community. I also want to give a massive shout out to everybody who donated a super chat today. You guys kept the conversation going in some very, very interesting directions, some unexpected directions, a lot of interaction. And I really can't thank you guys enough for the continued support. And I think we have, once again, an amazing community, a very generous community. I'm only able to do streams like this at a moment's notice when there's big news and whatnot. I've been sticking to a schedule, but I'm only able to do that because you guys make it possible. You guys fuel this channel, and I couldn't have asked for a better, more supportive community. So big shout out to you guys. I don't know what the rest of the week looks like. I mean, obviously I'm going to do my streams. I'm going to try to make videos. I have to imagine that we are going to continue to talk about this because I think more is going to come out. I think that this is the beginning. It might not be. This might die down real quick, but this is one of the biggest leaks in gaming history. We're still learning things. Things are still coming out. We're seeing Phil Spencer react. So I'll keep you guys updated. We'll see if Sony has anything to say. I doubt they will, but interesting stuff, man. Interesting stuff happening. So one last time before you guys head out, do me a favor, hit that like button. You guys crushed it. We have over 600 likes. So just take a second, hit that like button. And I also want to give one final shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for all the streams. Does an amazing job. If you see Devil Shooter in the comments, give him a big thank you. Show him some love. And yeah, that's going to do it, guys. Very unexpected stream. I was not expecting this to be what we talked about. I wasn't sure what we were going to talk about, but as soon as I woke up and saw this, I was like, well, this is what we're going to have to discuss. And I think, so I did talk a lot about Sony and PlayStation during this, but obviously was dominated mostly by Microsoft talk. I think maybe depending on what happens in the upcoming week, maybe we can have some more conversations about how Sony might react to this, what they might do now that all this stuff is laid out on the table, just for some interesting speculation. But that does it, guys. One last thank you. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their day. I will catch you guys hopefully tomorrow with a video and then back here again, same time, same place on Thursday. So that does it, guys. I will catch you in the next one. Until then,